Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey. Hey, how's it going? Glad to see you. Definitely feeling a lot better today. Ah. Ah. Yeah. All right. Ready to So, so as always, JR here back with the our continuation down this long tier list road for Life is Strange here, and we are definitely coming up to getting closer to the end of our character tier list at this point. Well, you know what they you know what they say about if the opportunity presents itself, right? uh, but in any case, we got Bam. This is where we are so far, and we got so last time in the last video we ran through. Ooh, hold on. Hey, hey, if it's all legal plays, right? Then it's all fair game, right? um, but yeah, in our last video, we finished out the different versions of. All right, whatever you say. um, we finished off our versions of Steph on the tier list. We finished off pretty much all of the villains on the tier list, like Nathan and Jefferson here. Uh, so so far, what we have left is pretty much a majority of the rest of of the comic characters. Well, the comic exclusive characters and the obviously comic variations of some of those characters. Um, and a lot of heavy hitters. Doing great. Try. I am doing very well. But now, since you're here, Try, we can now start ooh, ooh, start talking about the one, the only Alex Chen. So now we can finally start and start talking about her and putting her in her little tier list of her own. So we're gonna have Alex kind of be held here in my arms as we go through this. So, well, whatever whatever option. uh, but uh, but yeah. So before we start diving into a lot of the visual examples, um, let's see. Let's see what are some of some of the potential negatives that Alex could have. Now there are. How did I know you were gonna say that? Um, Technically, it's funny that you say that she's perfect because that is technically one of the fair criticisms that I can see that people do have with Alex, and why people would have that issue is Alex can easily be uh, from the beginning of the game, at the very start of the game, can be miscategorized as a Mary Sue character, which for those who don't know what a Mary Sue character is, it's traditionally a female character who pretty much has like no faults and is pretty much great at everything and doesn't really have any real substantial conflicts or anything of any kind. And in the beginning, she is kind of set up that way because um, if you uh, see in the beginning, she already has her powers. Yeah, yeah, try. Just like you said. You get it. She's not really as flawed as some of the other main characters, but she does have abandonment issues, so that's her personal trauma. Yes, but that comes into play a lot more in the last episode. More so in the last episode, that all kind of comes out like really all at once, which which I'll get to. That is a fair criticism that I have, but initially in the beginning, I could see why people would be put off by Alex because she is set up in the beginning to be a little too perfect. Because in the beginning, she already has her powers, so we never really see her get her powers. She technically already uh technically she already has a pretty good grasp on how her powers work already. So from the outset you kind of already took away a lot of the basic development that a lot of the characters that have powers pretty much go through. So from the outset, most people would kind of be put off because it'd be like, okay, so what primarily am I gonna be doing? Like, if I'm not gonna discover like how I get my powers and figure out how they work and everything, then what is, then what's like the point type of thing, which I get. But we do get little hints in the first episode of certain things of, okay, she kind of already knows the basics of her powers, but it's not like she can completely control her powers. Like, for example, where is it? Here we are. No, that was wavelengths when we were talking about Steph in the last episode. And don't worry, we're going to be talking about Steph a lot more in this episode too, because we are going to be going through favorite moments and stuff. um, but yeah, so here when we no, where's Gabe? Even though I love that scene, it's a little too early. Oh, here we go. Oh, nope. Why'd you do that? Excuse me.
Moment of calm because this is one of those
Okay.
we'll get to at least
Okay,
immediately
before the song starts
about
screwing
this
things
game
up.
is you're or
uh, so yeah, so we got uh Gabe coming over here, and then he gives us a nice big hug, and then we got uh, excuse me. Uh, Obviously, it'd be a crime not to, give him another hug. Like, come on. but but you have
Believe it.
what was it? It's coming up here.
Here we go.
She's all grown up. I missed it.
I'm a lot taller, huh?
But
Time will do that to you. Are you ready?
but see, cause already that was the first example of the of her, she still doesn't have complete control, because as you see there, it's pretty much implied by Alex's reactions and everything that she didn't really mean to read Gabe's emotions. Since that is her power, that she can read people's emotions and what they're feeling and stuff. So she kind of, that scene gets me especially the mouthing, Gabe mouthing like "I'm sorry." uh, but yeah, so her powers kind of still have like a mind of their own, where they will come up in moments that obviously Alex does not necessarily want them to come up in. So whoop, because if she is um around people that are feeling really, really, really strong emotions, she will get kind of taken over by those emotions. So there's a couple of examples. We'll get to one. Let's see, because there is. Then we got like the nice little text message. Ooh, excuse me. Nice little text messages that have dates and times on them. Which I'm looking at you, Double Exposure, with your very confusing timeline of events, because nothing in the game has dates and times in any of your text messages or anything. So it's very hard to figure out when things are happening and taking place. But in any case, no, we need to get to the record store and meet some of the MVPs of this game. And where's Queen MVP at? Hey, Firewall. You gotta love the little Easter eggs in the background.
Here we go. There's Steph.
Yeah, there she is. Drumming over there in the background. Look at her. There she is. And Hey, look, it's where the Wavelength DLC leaves off. Um, I don't know. I went with Unicorn Sandwich there. So what else are we gonna do? Cause we meet.
Up next, a very special request from some chick.
Yeah, look at that. You already see the sparks flying there. Look at that. Come on. The chemistry was evident from the beginning. uh,
It's confusing because it's obviously open. Wait. Are you Alex?
That's me.
Wow. Gabe's been talking about you coming since forever.
also, a very big thing to notice for True Colors was this was the first game that they actually had full body motion capture for the whole game. Like, yes, there has been like motion capture in these games since the beginning of the beginning of the original game. But True Colors was really where the whole full body motion capture techniques were fully able to be utilized, because uh, we actually had bigger budgets and stuff to actually get all that stuff done. So that's why, if you notice, for True Colors, there is a lot more body language in pretty much like all the characters now. A lot more body language, more facial animations now, because you get way more mocap on the face and whatnot, so you get a lot more of those subtle movements and everything now. Which there was a little bit of that in Before the Storm, because Before the Storm, the biggest thing that everyone noticed about Before the Storm was that there was a lot of facial movement in the game. Like there was a lot more expressions going on. Because the original Life is Strange, as great as the game was, it was very obvious there was a very limited budget, and it's very obvious where the budget went to and where the corners were cut. so yeah, body animations were not the biggest priority in the original game, and facial animation, especially lip syncing, was definitely not a priority in the original game either. so yeah. Um, so it's really amazing to see that by the time we get to True Colors, how much progression each game pretty much kept jumping over, and how much improvement in the technology that they were able to to improve on with pretty much each game, especially between Don't Nod and Deck Nine, because the original game did what it did before the storm from Deck Nine improved things with what they did, and then Life is Strange 2 did what they did, and then True Colors, and then by the time we get to Double Exposure, it's like Jesus, the visuals and everything and the animations, it's like amazing how quickly they've kept pushing the envelope with each game. But yeah. So we meet our other MVP, Ryan, which, as we went over during the tier list, is the best male romance option in any of these games. And Ryan doesn't really have any competition for that title, so Ryan did not have to try very hard to attain best male romance in the Life is Strange game. He did not have to try very hard. It was a very easy decision. Well, Bao. The problem with Warren is Warren is not in the game as much as Ryan is. So, and there's also a big twist. Well, not a big twist, but a thing later. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. You'll see. You'll see. There's gonna be plenty of examples that I'm gonna show that. I'm not saying Warren was a bad character. I gave Warren his props and everything in the tier list. Where is Warren? There he is. He's up here. The only reason the only reason he was that low is because his screen time is very limited. In the original game, he has to compete with Chloe as the love interest in the original game. And let's all be honest with ourselves. Yeah, but here's the issue. Here's the thing with Lila. Lila had way more potential that they did not really go with. And out of the love interest that you did have in Life is Strange 2, she would have been the better one. Because Cassidy is primarily just episode 3, and then that's it. Because once episode 3 is over, Cassidy falls off the face of the earth, pretty much. Especially if you don't do the interaction with her in episode 2 when you're in the looking for the Christmas tree. So if you don't even do that, then it's like, okay, all Cassidy has is episode 3, and there's not too much going on there, because they, have to speed run an entire romance in one episode because they're not going to be pretty much seen or heard from again primarily after the third episode. So, and that also goes for Finn, because Finn and Cassidy are all in the same episode, so it's like they all suffer the same issues. It's just that Finn is worse in that scenario because of the whole coming up with the dumb idea of stealing Meryl's money and wanting to use Daniel's powers to steal the money and all that stuff. So that completely dampers any relationship with Finn. But yeah, Warren, he's fine. It's just he's his biggest points that he gets, the biggest points that Warren has is taking a beating from Nathan, so that way Max can escape with Chloe, and getting and depending on what you choose, beating the shit out of Nathan in the dorm hallway. So other than that, there's really not much going on. He also he's not as bad as a certain other character, but he is really trying very hard to get in Max's pants, pretty much. He's doing it, granted, he's doing it in a very, like, awkward, childish kind of way, but it's still pretty, like, on what's going on there. He just never really showed a lot more of a what's the word I'm looking for? A non-extremely nerdy side. Because pretty much his whole thing was like being like the really nerdy guy. Because we're helping like Max make the pipe bomb and stuff. So it was like, okay, he's just the nerdy guy, and that's pretty much what he kind of was. So there wasn't really much for him to stand out. Plus with Ryan here, because this is where Ryan is in the tier list. Ryan is actually involved in the main storyline of True Colors, and is actually helping Alex with the main story of the game, pretty much throughout the game. So if Warren was a lot more active in the main story of the original game, then he definitely would have had a lot more of bumping up in the ranking. But since he doesn't really, and most of his and his biggest contribution is just by pure accident and luck, which is pretty much taking the picture at the Vortex Club party when he's drunk Like, that's his biggest contribution to the game, and it's not even something that he actually meant to do. It was just like him drunk and just doing like something stupid. And it's like, oh, you doing that just so happens to be the final key of the game to get to the like the end of the game, pretty much. And it's like, okay, that he didn't. That's his biggest contribution, and it's technically not even a contribution because it's not something he actually meant to really help with. It's like a happy accident that he even did it. But in any case, back to Alex here. So we get to know Ryan with our little introduction to Ryan. We saw Steph, but we didn't get a formal introduction to Steph yet. And then we have to go through this whole rigmarole where we're trying to find a record for Gabe as a present. So we figure that whole thing out because that takes a minute to do. Okay, here we go. Because I was trying to get to where the another example of Alex's a better example of her powers, like not being in full control and very strong emotions, like having a strong influence on her that kind of like takes her over. So we get this scene here. As long as I'm not talking over it here.
No way. I can't believe you're doing this again.
Come on.
Do you have any idea how much time I've put into this? You just... No, dude, I can't come over there. I'm working. It's called a job. Maybe you'd understand if you ever
I
had...
can watch the booth if you gotta get out of here.
Hey, hold on a sec. Are you serious?
You have a playlist, right? I think I can handle that.
You're a lifesaver. Oh, no bird calls, though. I'll be there, 1 sec. Organizing a LARP shouldn't be this hard.
Are you okay?
Sorry. I was just a little thrown for a moment. Thanks.
You got it.
Big points for pretty much Ryan in that scene is especially the visual storytelling of that scene as far as Ryan goes, is he didn't need to say anything. He immediately can see how uncomfortable Alex was and immediately just goes to Steph and presents her with a solution, so that way she immediately calms down, and that obviously calms Alex down and defuse the whole issue. And I really appreciate that they were able to do that without without Ryan having to say anything. Like you could just see his face, see the look on his face, and immediately he knows what's up pretty much of what's going on. Like what is it? Like he's just looking. If I could catch a nice frame of it, yeah, he just immediately looks and he's like, I see what's going on here, and then just boom, just goes right over. So already he was making an amazing first impression in the beginning, and right out the gate during the marketing for True Colors, they were very upfront from the beginning that Ryan and Steph were the romance options for the game. So having Ryan make a very strong first impression is always really good. And then what do we got here? And then we get the fun, fun chemistry with Gabe, and yet more really good.
Somehow I knew I'd find you in here.
Things went well with Charlotte?
See? There you go.
Thanks to your help.
Because he immediately knows that the record is a surprise for Gabe. He noticed Gabe coming in over Alex's shoulder, and he immediately just subtly just moves himself to be in the way of the record, so that way Gabe doesn't see it. So Ryan already shows himself to be a very observant guy. So he immediately like is really observant, picks up on things like really quick, and is like, boom, bam, done.
I can't wait for you guys to meet. I think you'd be great friends.
Which is good, because since his job is a park ranger, it's like
Favorite place?
It's like you better be very observant and stuff if you're gonna be a park ranger. So definitely proving that he has the chops to have the job that he does have.
What have you guys been up to?
Oh yeah, I love this line.
Talking about bird calls and
Well, Gabe's line.
bird call related
Here.
media. This guy really loves his birds.
Guilty. You know we're trying to keep her in Haven, right?
That is a great great line on that one. A great follow up to that. Oh, and this fun little moment here. See, Ryan moves Gabe away, and then Alex can immediately swipe the record and put it in her backpack. Because you see the continuation there, she puts it in her backpack. And Gabe is none the wiser. See, he has no idea what's happening. See, and then yet again, Ryan, Alex immediately just share look. All they need is to share the look, and they already know. It's like, thank you, you're welcome, and then they leave. And then obviously we get through the rest of this. And then we finally get to the Oh, is it? We get to the apartment here. He starts playing the music, which, you know, the music is obviously going to be copyrighted music. And obviously you could encourage him, and then which is really fun. They even showed like the behind the scenes mocap session for this scene, and this is actually really fun. Them doing this in the mocap suits was actually a pretty funny thing to see. And then obviously we are going to join in on him with the dancing and the jam session, which all of this is really fun. Do 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 do. And so using the foosball table as a little drum set there. And then we have the knock at the door. Was this wow, did they actually mute this part? Oh, I guess they did. But yeah, here we go. With Max very
Talk to your girlfriend.
okay, now it unmuted itself. Oh.
Stay.
Stay.
Fuck. Fuck. Away from her.
Away from him!
Alex, stop. Stop.
Gabe, I didn't.
It's okay.
See the blood on her hands, on her knuckles. Look at that, Mac got fucked up.
This is fucking psycho. You could both go fuck yourselves.
Says the guy that came barging in and starting a fight, but okay. But yeah, a very one of the biggest examples of how very strong emotion can severely negatively impact Alex herself. Pretty much going full Hulk smash on Mac's face, pretty much, is not. Well, to be fair, at the very least, you know, it was helping make sure Gabe doesn't get beaten up any more than he was already getting beaten up. So, at least some positive self-defense came from that, but definitely one of those things where it's like you could easily see that being a bad being a bad situation where what if an innocent person was around and she just wind up unleashing that anger on someone who was completely innocent. So so that is a problem. Uh, which doesn't really uh, no, it does come into play later on in this episode. Um, Ooh, excuse me. So immediately they're trying, they're establishing that Alex doesn't have complete control of her powers. She uh, pretty much has an understanding of generally how her powers works. So she's fully aware of the strong emotions having can have negative side effects. Obviously, with when you're dealing with someone who's oh, excuse me, who's feeling negative emotions. So uh, so we pretty much wipe the blood off. Uh, Pretty much look around, change our costumes, uh, which you can see. Excuse me. Obviously, we have to have the rainbow sweater there. Clearly, obviously, we have to have that. And then we get the. I believe this is a Life is Strange 2 reference with the bear. I think this was a bear thing that Daniel had. Like primarily in the first episode, I believe. And then we have a cat one. And then obviously we have to have the Chloe sweater. And oh yeah, that was it for this for the first episode's costume selection. Which one we ended up going with? Oh, we ended up going with the cat one. And then we get some documentation evidence of Gabe's work of trying to track down Alex so he can reunite with her. So Gabe was definitely putting in a lot of work to try to find both his sister Alex and their father John. So and then with me doing all the exploration in the apartment and the little mini games you could play with the little arcade machine. You can also play these in the main menu of the game, by the way. So you don't have to actually play the main game to play these arcade mini games. You could actually do it in the main menu of the game. So. And then we get, where is it? Or did they mute it? Because you find a nice guitar that that Gabe bought for Alex. Is it muted?
When you were here before,
Oh, okay, they didn't mute this one.
look you in the eye.
I always found this weird that the subtitles
Just like
didn't,
an angel.
that the subtitles
Skin
don't
makes me cry.
don't pop up with what she's
Float like
singing.
a feather. In a beautiful
And primarily that the subtitles in this game for some reason are like closed caption, so they're always like saying if there's a sound effect going on or something. So it's like it also kind of ruins certain other things because it kind of spoils certain other actions where it's supposed to be a surprise that this thing is happening, but because of the subtitles, you kind of already know the thing is happening before it gets revealed to you. So it's like, why were the subtitles like that? I have no idea. So we get this nice little MXN tune singing session because MXN tune is Alex's singing voice in the game. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I decided to switch the costume immediately to Chloe's shirt. Because I was like, can we change the costume afterwards, or it was just a one-shot thing? And it was like, oh no, as long as you don't leave the apartment, you could keep changing costumes if you second guess your choice. So here we meet Charlotte, and we meet like all the other supporting characters. Because you can see Ducky a little. Well, we already met Jed already. And then now we have to play little bartender here. But you see Ducky over there. See, we read like other people's emotions, like some of the NPCs walking around. Some of the NPCs with this reading their emotions, some of them actually have like little secret side quests in certain episodes that you can do. So that's a little fun. I believe some of those are actually like trophies in the game. So doing those those little secret NPC side quests is definitely something you want to do when you're if you're trying to 100% like get all the trophies, the achievements, all that stuff. So so in any event, Matt kind of has a very backwards apology and then tries to get us to lie so that way he doesn't have Riley break up with him. So clearly we don't do that because Riley's a really good girl and she deserves way better than fucking extremely jealous asshole boyfriend Mac here. So even though granted Mac does improve towards the second episode, he starts to improve a little bit, but but in this episode he's just a complete asshole. And then for pretty much like the first half of the second episode, he's also a complete asshole. So it takes a minute for him to kind of turn around and then get a little bit better. And obviously we don't lie for Mac. Yeah, he is Try, but as I said, the main reason he is, where is Mac? There he is. The main reason he's in B tier here is because he does, considering the events of the game that happened by the end of the first episode with Gabe's with everything that happens with Gabe, he does turn a corner and does give you necessary information that does point you in the right direction to like start your journey to like reveal like the big cover up and everything that was going on in the game. So he does turn around and does get better, but nothing extremely like mind blowing. But mainly because he gets that he does take the opportunity to make things right in some way is what saves him from being like lower on the tier. So well, as I said, it's mostly, episode 1 and then the beginning half of episode 2. After that, pretty much Mac is pretty much chill pretty much for the rest of the game. Because outside of I believe outside of the festival, Mac doesn't really have any actual scene. So if you do find him during the festival and like talk to him, that's pretty much his like last scene in the game, and it's very quick. So there's not really after episode 2, Max pretty much like served his purpose, and he's pretty much just pushed to the side after that. I don't know if that's primarily because yeah, yeah, try. That's what I'm pretty much saying, that once Mac served his purpose, he pretty much was gone, and as you said, pretty much forgettable. Like after that point. But yeah, and then you have Officer Pike, which from like I put in my rankings here. Where's Officer Pike? He's pretty much right here. He's pretty much right next to Mac. He is the best. I guess you could say law enforcement officer, because what was it? Pike is a deputy. So we had a deputy. We had where are they? We had a border patrol cop. And we've had a detective. So, which isn't really any big competition. So Pike also had it very easy, that he didn't really have to do a lot to be like the best like law enforcement like character in these games. So, oh yeah, and we had the FBI agent also. Where is she? Oh yeah, Flores. She pretty much slipped my mind. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of competition for him really either. So he was pretty fun here. What is it? Then we got the Ducky and Diane introduction scene here. Which Diane is fine, because she pretty much serves just the Typhon corporate, like corporate stooge type of character. So there wasn't really much to her either. So yet again, that's why she's pretty much here. At the very least, she can kind of have a redemption arc towards the end, but yet again, her redemption arc is kind of primarily based on your choices. And she also has one of the funniest, is involved in one of the funniest scenes in the game. But that's not until like the beginning of episode 3. But we are gonna get to it. Get to it in the breakdown, because that whole scene is so funny. And yes, Try didn't forget. Ducky is amazing, and if you know the particular scene, we are gonna go over that scene too, as we get to it, because it's also one of the best scenes in the game. Very sad that it's a very missable scene that a lot of people can completely miss, but it does show how genuinely like sweet and stuff that Alex herself is. So um oh, he reminded you of wait, how do you say that? You say Lin Linus Linus, I guess. From Stardew Valley. Okay. Um. Okay, so we're still okay, and now we're doing the side quest of finding Ducky's liquor, and then we find it in the couch in Gabe's house. Oh, sounds like Linus. Oh, okay, Linus. Okay, got it. Plus, if you've noticed, as I've been skipping around as I was talking, uh, during this session, we kind of, during this playthrough, uh, oh, if you don't know the hidden scene with Ducky, then you're gonna be in for a very fun surprise later then. So you definitely have to stay tuned for that. Because that's particularly a scene in episode 4. Because you could do it during the festival. So, because in my playthrough of True Colors, I try to do pretty much everything I can. So there's a lot of like hidden things that I do that not a lot of people either know about or they completely like miss doing. So, which is also a lot of very good character moments. So, but as I was saying, if you've noticed when we've been interacting with these people, we've kind of made Alex a alcoholic because I had her share a drink with Ducky and Diane. I had her share a drink with Pike, take up Pike's offer of paying for a drink. So it's okay, Try. That's why I'm here. Like I'm like I said before, I'm pretty much at this point like a Life is Strange encyclopedia in my brain at this point. And now the best interaction, because in this playthrough I actually saved the whole Steph interaction for last. So here we go.
That's the girl from the record store. Steph.
Alex, right? I'm Steph.
Hey. Just seeing if you need food or anything.
Oh no, I'm good. Thanks though. Sorry I couldn't hang out at the record store. I've got some time now though if you want to chat.
Oh, okay, good.
So, are you, here with somebody? Or...
That's Ryan's stuff. Apparently he ditched me for Gabe.
They went to get first aid.
Being a hero again. Ryan's always doing that. It's a Lucan family thing. Have you heard about Jed's rescue?
I saw some stuff on the walls.
People here still talk about it. The tourism board wanted to
I
make a
can't
movie.
imagine. Alex wants an earload of Haven trivia just now.
Sorry, Jed.
A little tidbit about that scene about this scene when Steph mentioned the whole Jed thing with Jed saving a bunch of miners and stuff and being like a local hero to the town of Haven Springs. Alex's response of seeing a bunch of stuff about it, she's only gonna say that if you've been doing like I did during this playthrough, pretty much looking at all the stuff on the walls and reading like the articles and stuff that are on the walls. So if you don't do any of that, and then you go into this interaction with Steph, go into this interaction with Steph, when Steph brings up the whole Jed thing, Alex is like really interested because she's like, I haven't heard anything about it. So kind of a funny little thing. Oh, okay, so the you used the screenshot from the kiss scene as your like background for your PS4. Interesting. That's why you like to quote Steph's line all the time. It was very meaningful to you. Hey, that's, well, obviously it still is. I definitely can tell from all the streams that is a line that really resonated with you. So and now the screenshot of Max and Amanda is the background of your PS5. That's funny. That's funny. All right, let's get back to the scene here.
He's so modest, it's ridiculous.
Is that record store inventory?
No, it's character stats. Do you know what a LARP is?
Sure. Live action roleplay, right? Fantasy fighting in real life?
Yep.
Gabe was talking about a LARP with Ethan.
Yeah, it's next week. They're coming with me. It's their first time.
And yes, Try. Katie's delivery of that line was 10 out of 10, picture perfect. No notes, cut, print, send it out. There you go.
So excited. Would you ever want to join us sometime?
Sure, I'd try it. If you and Gabe both like it, it must be super fun.
Awesome.
Also, Try. I don't know if you know this, but you do know Katie is a big streamer, right? She does a lot of streaming. So you might wanna follow Katie on. Yeah, yes, she does. She does a lot of. Katie is the main reason that you've been seeing a lot of Life is Strange voice actors coming out into the community a lot, and starting to be more prominent in like the convention scene and stuff, is because she's been using her platform to to get the fans to be able to have opportunities to meet and talk to all these different voice actors. So she is definitely a legend. So if you can find Katie on any Katie Benz on any like social medias and stuff, like hit her up and tell her how much like her work and stuff like means to you and how much the stuff meant to you. Like she is very open to all the love and support. Like she welcomes all of it. And she is extremely humble too. So she doesn't take any of the love and affection for granted. So
Is that your shot? What is that?
This is bedazzled kiwi schnapps. No one's ever ordered it, so Gabe's trying to get rid of it with the jukebox game.
What's a jukebox game?
It's like a short version of 20 questions where you're trying to guess a song, guess wrong, you have to take the shot. Ryan and I are going to play. You want to take his place?
Why not?
Dude, you're on.
Yes.
I don't know if any of you tried to do the drinking game with Steph here. And if you did try to do the drinking game with Steph here, did you actually win? Were you actually able to figure out the song that Steph chose and win the drinking game? Were you able to do it? If you did do it.
So, I'll pick a song. You have 5 yes or no questions before you have to guess it.
Okay.
Got one. Jukebox is all yours. So, what do you want to ask me?
Okay, so to save the trouble, we're not going to go through the, what was it, like 10, 15 minutes or something of figuring out which song was the song she chose. But oh, okay, that's fine. But let's see. But yeah. If you notice during this whole thing, I pretty much was like already knew what song she picked. So I was literally just going through the questions just to show off the different responses and stuff that Steph has. But in the end, this is the song that she picks, which is really funny if you can read what the name of the song is by the what was it? The Funkadekos, if I'm pronouncing that right. And the song is called "Kiss Up and Shut Me." kiss up and shut me. Foreshadowing, isn't it? Yeah, exactly, right? But yeah, that's the song it is.
Fuck. Nice one. Guess I'm drinking?
You gotta.
Drink's really strong.
Hey, thanks for playing. I'm really glad we
I've
did.
had
You definitely have to love Steph's reaction when she takes the drink. You gotta love it.
Me too.
I've had
I should
drinks
get
like
back to
that
work.
also,
Okay.
where you take them and then
I've
it's
done what
like,
Jed asked me to do.
woo.
I should see if he needs anything else.
Probably, but cause you ever had if you ever had like Fireball and like whiskey are like some of the drinks that I've had that like as soon as you take it, it's like woo. Like I definitely know that feeling. It doesn't happen often, but I definitely know that. Fireball and Angry Orchard hard cider goes hard. I haven't had an Angry Orchard before. So, yeah, Angry Orchard I never had. Fireball I did. Fireball I have because my anytime my friend would, it's called an Angry Ball. Because anytime my friend was usually the one that would like bring over drinks and stuff, or burning orchards for the cowards. But my friend would be primarily the one that brings the drinks, and he would bring from time to time he would bring like Fireball, but he wouldn't bring like really like a big bottle. He would bring the really tiny like shot bottles where you could just pop it open and then just so he would bring like a couple of those from time to time. So yeah, exactly. Shooters. And then now we go up here. We have our little our little bonding session with Gabe. Um, you could also tell him about your powers here. Uh, yeah, see, you could tell him about your powers, or you could keep it a secret and just tell him about your more about your time going from like different orphanages and stuff growing up in the growing up in the system and all that stuff. I usually choose to tell him about the powers because if you know how the end of this episode goes, it kind of doesn't matter, but I do love what he like his reactions and stuff uh when you're telling him about your powers. Uh, there we go.
Off about me. I know what other people are feeling. I can see these auras around them. And if they feel strongly enough, if they're angry or sad or afraid, I feel it too. And then I lose control.
And this has happened.
For a long time. Like Mac. I felt all that anger like it was my own.
I think it was pretty clear that Mac was angry.
It's more than that. He wasn't just angry at you, he's angry at himself. He thinks he's gonna lose Riley.
Did Riley?
Which we already did when we had when we told Riley the truth and she broke up with him. So he was afraid that he was gonna lose Riley, and we pretty much made sure of that. So
Did he tell you that?
No one told me that. I just feel it.
Sure, it's not just, you know.
It's not just in my head, Gabe. I promise. It's not from meds or stress or trauma or whatever. It's real.
Can you tell what I'm feeling right now?
It doesn't work like that. It's only when you feel really strong emotions.
Oh.
I don't expect you to believe me. No one does.
So you can actually feel what other people are feeling?
Yes?
You're like going inside their heart.
I guess I am.
Dude, you have superpowers.
You're fucking with me, right?
I'm serious.
Did you listen to anything I just said? This is terrible.
Okay, maybe superpowers is a bit strong. It's just, I have no idea what's going on with people half the time. Charlotte's teaching me how to improve my emotional intelligence, but this is on another level. You can get in there. I mean, that's really special.
special. What's really your take on all this?
Totally. I mean, it's whatever you make it, right? But it doesn't matter what's going on. I'm here for you. Don't forget that.
So, when were you gonna tell me about the guitar?
Oh, shit. You found it. It was supposed to be a huge surprise.
Surprise?
Well, what do you think?
I love it. Thank you so much.
Of course. Welcome home.
Like how the major.
But yeah, so that's a really, 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 really good scene. As you can see, Gabe took her powers thing pretty well, and then Ryan comes and Ethan, the little kid Ethan, pretty much goes to the mine, and then you have to save him because they're going to be doing some blasting at a certain time, and it's almost that time, so he could get caught in the explosions and stuff. So that's a very good idea. So we pretty much go through the rigmarole of, finding out where he went, going through a bunch of, figuring out things, doing a little bit of slight puzzles, kind of, to get to where he is. And then we finally get to where he is, and he's on this little cliff. See, you see it here. Oh, excuse me. And the only thing connecting it is this pretty much dead tree, big dead tree trunk. And Alex has to, they have to tie her up in, like, make a safety harness out of the rope, and have her go across to get Ethan, because both Gabe and Ryan are too heavy for the tree. So Alex has to do it. So Alex goes to do it. So we make it across, but Ethan is too scared to get up and move. Excuse me. So we have to use our powers to figure out, like, what is he, like, scared of, right? So we go through, like, examine these little things around him that are kind of going to form, like, a full picture on what he's afraid of.
Okay. He's not afraid of the fall. He's afraid of.
Shit. Can't let it see me. Can't let it see me.
I how they
Miss you too.
visualize the
And I'm just as
emotions
scared as you are.
that
But Ethan,
the main person she's
we're safe.
interacting with
You know why?
views everything.
It can't see me. Bangle vanishing, just like Ninth Warden.
I thought that was just a story.
Really
Some
creative,
stories are true.
creative
Like
way to
monsters.
use
So, you're gonna
Alex's
hold my hand, all right? As long as you're touching
emotion
me,
reading
you're safe.
powers, well, empathic abilities to in a creatively visual way for the game to keep things interesting.
Don't look down, okay? We'll be done before you know it. Not over yet. Okay. Step at a time.
Okay, so pretty much, you know, we keep moving forward, and then we finally get over, we rescue Ethan, and everything seems to be cool.
Double check and make sure that we at the very least looked at it. That's not great.
Gabe?
Oh shit. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit. Fucking boulder right to the face.
And very obviously, we don't need to see a body. It's very clear. It's very clear Gabe is that Gabe is pretty much a pancake at this point. Especially if he wasn't dead from, as I said, taking the fucking little boulder to his fucking face. But, you know. But, yeah. So, that was the first episode. And then we jump into the second episode. And then we have, we open with a nice little wake here with, for Gabe and pretty much all the supporting characters talking about how, like, their, like, happiest memories and stuff about him and stuff, which is really, really fun. well, fun memories, and also obviously pretty sad. With Steph here pretty much being one of the more saddest people that are speaking during the wake.
All I want to say about Gabe is he came into this bar as a stranger, but he left it as family.
I do like that line from Jed though.
Was a senseless, tragic accident.
Just wish it wasn't an accident.
Son, now is not the time.
Gabe called the mine. I gave him my sat phone to be sure he could get through. They fucked up. And now Gabe's dead.
That was my shift. If anyone had called, it would have gone through me. Nobody called.
You're lying. In front of Gabe's own fucking sister. Alex heard the whole thing.
He's right. I was there when Gabe made the call.
I'd like to hear what you have to say about that, Mac.
I'm not saying anything. Just, I didn't get a call. Draw your own conclusions.
All right, folks. This is an ongoing investigation.
How about we review the sequence of events?
Well, son,
When I saw you at the record store, you seemed pretty eager to find Gabe. Remember why? Another fight with Riley, maybe?
No, I don't have to take this.
Just saying. Pretty wild that you come stumbling out of Gabe's apartment with your face all fucked up.
Ryan.
And just a couple hours later, you just so happened to miss the call that would have saved his life.
I told you there was no call to miss. And maybe the call got dropped. Or shit, I mean, it's not like Gabe was Mr. Reliable all the time.
Watch your mouth, Mac.
Ryan, that's enough. Now, I'm just as eager as you to understand all this, son, but there was a time...
Bullshit, Dad. This little weasel's calling Gabe a liar at his own fucking wake.
No, I am just telling you.
Mac, I swear, if you say there was no call one more fucking time...
Stop it! Stop it now! This is not the time or place. We're all here for Gabe. Okay, Ryan?
Sure. I'm sorry. It's not... I'm just... I'm not the one who killed him.
Aren't you, though?
What the fuck did you just say?
Ryan, back off.
Oh, hell.
just saying.
I thought I heard that you
Mac,
were the one...
you shut the hell up.
No. No, go ahead. You got something to say, Mac? Let's fucking hear
Come on,
it.
guys. Don't make me intervene.
All right, fine. As long as we're tossing around accusations, way I hear it, you're the guy who cut the rope. Why not you? That's it. Wait's over. Everyone out.
And yet again, another good, well, obviously more examples of strong emotions starting to affect Alex. At least in this situation, she pretty much is able to remove herself from the area, so that way she doesn't have to deal with it. So that's good. And also a nice subtle thing with well, not subtle, but another way of they're really like using the facial animation upgrades a lot more. They're making them way more, uh, having them have way more use. Because you see Steph looking at Alex and seeing her being upset, and Steph thinking about, doing something, which obviously leads in immediately to this scene.
Alex? Hey. Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Not really. But I will be.
It's not your job to keep it together.
Thanks. Do you, it's messy, but do you want to come in?
Sure. You play guitar?
Sort of. It was a gift from Gabe.
Cool. Gabe would try to pop wheelies outside the record store to make me laugh. Never worked. Till he wiped out. That was hilarious. Gabe really wanted to do the art for Ethan. But by the end of it, he was more jazzed about it than anybody.
Wish I could have seen it.
We took this a year ago. No way. I can't.
What?
He actually kept it. What a dick.
think of. It really messed her up. I wonder if I could help her the same way I helped Ethan. I need to feel her sadness.
But so yeah, now we have to do pretty much what we did with Ethan, where we kind of went around to figure out, in this case, why Steph, what exactly about the alcohol bottle that they made into a foosball trophy is really like making Steph sad, not mad, sad. Which is pretty much just like I said, Ethan earlier with him being afraid. You figure out why Ethan's afraid, and that way Ethan is able to come across the tree with you. So now here you have to figure out why Steph is so sad, which you have to activate it first by focusing in on Steph, just like you did with Ethan earlier. You have to focus in on them first, and then all the shiny stuff will pop up that you need to interact with to figure out the next step that you have to do. And just like with Ethan, once you do that, you kind of start to see the world in the way that the person's emotions are having them like see the world pretty much. Where in Ethan's case you had like the big monster like face. That's where the cliff was. And then now with this, you see that everything obviously gets all like blue. It starts to rain outside, so it's like raining and clouding outside now. So now there are these little things that you interact with. Some of them in certain interactions that you do this with, some of them are not really important. So the first two that I did aren't really important, but then there are some like these that do, if you piece them together in the right order, can help form like a complete picture of what the situation is. So the glass was like the beginning of the conversation. Zooming into the foosball table is the other half of the conversation. And then if you go to the foosball trophy, then you get like the final piece of the conversation here. and then you pretty much kind of know what you have to do to try to cheer Steph up. Which is pretty much the foosball game. I believe I just go through like all the other options, even though I know it's the foosball game, just to see the different things that like Steph would say, pretty much. But we do the foosball game. A little tidbit with the foosball game, and pretty much a little bit of a spoiler. You can do this. I believe you have to, but you can pretty much play this foosball game 3 times in a row with Steph, and Steph will get progressively more difficult each time. So I don't know how many of you were able to actually beat Steph in the foosball game all 3 times that you have to do it. So
this is just like during the Steph DLC.
So, how often did you and Gabe play?
It was one of our favorite games.
You must be pretty good then.
Mm-hmm.
do you see how much she sucks in this first
You were in a
round?
band, right?
Yeah.
What'd you play?
Drums.
How long did you play with them?
Too long.
Gotcha.
Funny you say that, Try, because considering the other times that you play foosball, the other 2 times that you play foosball with Steph, as she gets more difficult, you start having to multitask because she'll start asking you questions as you're playing the game, and then you have to like answer the questions while at the same time trying to pay attention to the ball and trying to win. And considering the type of conversations that Steph starts to steer the conversation in, I think it would be pretty distracting for you, I think.
5 points. That's game.
Yep. Big shocker.
Hey, at least you played your best.
I mean, that obviously wasn't my best.
No, I get it. This is a tough game. Requires skill, timing, and the will to be a champion.
Oh, is that how it is?
Okay. Joking aside, playing this stupid game with you is exactly what I need right now.
You're on. I'm actually trying this time, so you better focus.
I am focusing.
Good. Wouldn't want you to get distracted or anything.
Certainly not.
Greatest Northwest band of all time, go.
Are you trying to distract me?
Of course not. Slater Kinney, if you were wondering. serious. One more game, winner takes title of Ultimate Foosball Champion.
I don't know.
Come on. You know Gabe would be all about us playing like this.
Well, then it's up.
Rules are 3. Gotta go 3 times.
This is it, for all the marbles.
So many marbles.
Definitely the kind of game you want to focus on, no matter what happens.
Totally.
Hey, so are you into girls or what?
Yeah. Girls are pretty rad.
Right? Especially girls that play foosball and host radio stations and wear beanies like it's a religion.
Sounds like a winning combo.
Who's what?
How convinced were you that that was gonna work? From 1 to 10.
Like a 3?
That's more than 0.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay, she's done talking. There we go.
Foosball champion! Foosball champion! Redemption family!
Oh!
Good game.
Thanks, Alex. I'm really glad you talked me into it. It was a lot of fun.
Of course.
So, what are you gonna do now?
What do you mean?
That shit with Mac. He's clearly lying, right?
I'm not sure what Mac's deal is. His story doesn't add up.
Yeah.
I do know that I need to find out exactly what happened that night. For myself and for Gabe.
I've got your back. No matter what.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I should head back to work.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
So now, that whole thing with Steph, the little foosball game, was also, as you can see, you could actually set up the options in the game where you could skip certain gameplay sections. You can skip, and so pretty much anytime those moments would happen, the game pretty much tells you, like, if you have the option open, it literally tells you, like, oh, do you want to skip this or do you want to keep going with it? But yeah, the foosball section, pretty fun because more dynamic with character building between Steph and Alex, obviously, because if her and Ryan are going to have to be the love interests, then theoretically you're going to have at least even enough screen time between the two of them to get a to get a 100% like judge of personalities and stuff between the three of them, uh, so that way by the time the game gives you the moment where it's like, okay, this is your commitment moment, then theoretically you would have had both of them with enough examples and stuff between the two of them to try to make that decision much harder. Which out of all of these games, this game was the one that was like, okay, this is kind of a tough choice between these two. But to be fair, I came into True Colors immediately from the very first playthrough, already with a bias towards Steph because I had already played Before the Storm, so I was already partial to Steph already. So as soon as she was in this game, and it was like, okay, she is an option, I pretty much was already set down that path. But yet again, kudos to Ryan because and how well he was written and performed, because he did have me thinking about my choice as the game went on. So fair play to everybody there. So we pretty much like wander around. Oh, did we try on the outfits? What were the outfit choices for this one? He had us in the first half. Oh, I missed some of the choices. Okay, so we just had the generic black. We had this one. And then we had the two wolves. So we got Sean and Daniel reference. And then we had, what was it, this one? And then we got a nice little hipster cat. Look at that. Spitting those records. And then we have the Sean Wolf sweater. that Sean wears pretty often throughout Life is Strange too. He wears it in a couple of episodes. Steph, Steph will win the fight 100 to 10. That's funny. But yeah, I'm just saying Ryan was very well handled. That's pretty much. But I will say Ryan's best moments technically are still to come, especially during the LARPing scene, the LARPing episodes, the LARPing session in episode 3. He has a lot of really funny standout moments in there. Oh no, we're gonna get to Steph's moments. We're gonna get to all the fun moments during the LARPing session. Don't you worry. But yeah, we put a nice little thing for Gabe's thing, and then we have a nice little thing with Jed giving us the keys to the apartment and everything. We have a nice little moment with Pike here, where we could talk to him, have a fun little moment. We got the nice little park. I really like the park area. We can try to speak to Ethan. We speak to Riley, which we do need to speak to Riley because we need information for her because we're trying to find where Mac is. And we need information from her to proceed with Mac once we find him anyway. So you have to make sure that you talk to Riley to get the necessary information from her. So that's non-negotiable. And then you could go to Charlotte and talk to her about the pretty much the bribery thing where they're trying to pay off Charlotte and give her hush money so that way she doesn't try to sue them over Gabe's death. Which is also kind of weird that they would try to do that considering Gabe and Charlotte weren't like married. So it's not like Charlotte was his like official spouse or anything. So it was like, so I don't know. But in any event, Typhon is very, evil, like big stereotypical evil corporation thing. So of course they're gonna try to pay everyone off. But obviously, I tell Charlotte don't do that. And yet again, if you don't visit Charlotte and do this, then she's gonna take the money regardless. So if you want say in what Charlotte's gonna do, you have to talk to her. And then after this, we pretty much where do we go to Steph's. Yeah, we have to go to the record store. Oh yeah, and then this was one of my tech one of my tech problems because my capture card was having a problem during this moment. Good thing. Well, this is my old capture card, not the capture card that I currently use. The one I currently use is fine. This one uh, was starting to give me some issues. Uh, but uh, but yeah, luckily for me though, when it did this, at least it wasn't in the middle of like a cutscene or anything. So at least I was walking around. Yeah, at least I was walking around when it happened, and it didn't interrupt like any significant moment really. So that's the best thing I could say about it. But in any case, we were able to jump back in and finally get to the record store and interact with Steph.
Hey, I'm glad you stopped by. I've only got a sec, but have you talked to Ethan at all?
Talked is maybe too strong a word. I tried.
He's taking it really hard. But what you did for me this morning got me thinking. What if Ethan needs something like that too? Something fun and distracting. Something like a LARP.
Like the one you and Gabe were gonna take him to?
Yeah, but designed just for him and Thanor.
He'll love that.
Yeah, I'm glad you think so. I need your help though. I want it to be as good as it can be. Ethan gave you one of his comics, right? So, what do you think? Who would the famous monster slayer have the most fun defeating?
Okay, so all this
But as I said, they've been talking about the LARPing scene for so long that it would be weird if they didn't do that. And then now we continue our search for Mac with trying to find to see if he's at the flower shop because he wants to be around Riley so badly. So it's like Riley works at the flower shop, maybe he'll be at the flower shop. But instead we find Eleanor, which leads to a very sad interactions with her because we start to find out more about her deal.
okay, I guess. Taking it one moment at a time.
That's the best way to be.
Is Mac here?
He was helping me not too long ago. I think he just left. He can't have gotten too far.
Got it. Thanks.
Now, what was I? She looks terrified. I can't leave her like this.
Yeah, see, now, because you have to, because even before Eleanor started getting upset, you could pretty much already tell that something was wrong, something was off, because especially with how chipper she initially is when you get to the flower shop. And then now she's like, they believe she forgot something, and then now she's getting really, really upset now. So now you have to find out what that is.
Before we go.
So pretty much you this is another one of the I guess you could kind of call it like emotion world sequences. So you pretty much, well, I'm over here looking at everything for one. And then now you use your power to go to Eleanor to figure out what's going on with her. And then now everything is kind of weird. Because now you gotta, just like last time, you gotta interact with all the different shiny bits to see what emotions are tied to those things. In Eleanor's situation, though, every single one of them is important. Like, none of them are red herrings. Because the main point here that you have to do is you have to piece together these memories, pretty much. Like the memory that you're listening to that's tied to the emotions. And pretty much help her put them in the correct sequence. Because Eleanor's to help her remember what she's forgetting, you're pretty much gonna like help her retrace her steps. So you see a nice little cool effect going on. Like the deeper into like the emotion you're getting. See the world is cracking, things are cracking. The fog and everything like outside, so now you can't see everything. Which is pretty much like the forgetfulness, where it's like you can't remember, your head is, you kind of feel like your head is like all foggy and stuff, so perfect representation of the fog pretty much covering up all the windows so you can't see.
Could say I'm having a bit of a senior moment.
Well, maybe I can help.
Let me see what the
Does
other
Riley know?
dialogue
You could
options
ask her.
Oh,
do.
no. I can't ask Riley.
For a bit.
Feel it.
Okay, she actually does try it. Alright. I thought she was gonna do something else.
If only.
You have a lot going on
Now we gotta do this in a certain order.
I could help you retrace your steps.
Oh, I don't want to keep you.
Hey, I want to help.
Okay, so pretty much obviously the door would be the first one. That's pretty much a given. Because when you're opening up the store, obviously you're going to come through the front door. So you retrace all the stuff. You put everything in the correct order. And then you get this.
Cloudy.
Jed must be hosting some event. I wonder why he wants lilies, though. They're traditionally for funerals.
God. She doesn't remember.
Okay, and now here's another.
And then obviously we're gonna do the very tough option, which is pretty much tell her.
They were for Gabe's wake.
Gabe's wake? Gabe's wake? I missed it. Alex. I'm so sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah. That pretty much finding out that Eleanor is dealing with like Alzheimer's or dementia or something. Like they don't I don't believe they explicitly I don't think they really explicitly state one way or the other what like memory side effect like disease that she's like dealing with really. Um but either way it's really bad. But thankfully she is dealing with it. It's just that she doesn't she's trying to keep it a secret from everybody, so So there's that. But after that section is when Mac actually spawns in. So if you were actually actively like looking for Mac throughout the town, you'll technically never find him because Mac does not spawn in until after you do Eleanor's emotion section. So until you do that, Mac is not around at all. So a little bit of a tip. So you can't progress anything unless you do Eleanor's part, and then you'll be able to find Mac over here by the bridge you walk in on during the beginning of the game. So you find him right over here. And then you talk to him here. And then you use information and stuff that you got from Riley. You use that on him here to get him to get a little bit more emotional. They handily also give you like a point of no return here. Because pretty much once you initiate this, then the game is pretty much thrusting you into the final sections of the episode. So initiating this with Mac pretty much pushes you into the ending stretch of the episode. So all your little walking around exploration part is pretty much done if once you go past this point. But yeah, he freaks out, he leaves, and then you have to find him and chase him down. But I wish I could show you the sequence. As far as my videos go, but True Colors, I believe it still has this problem, but on PS4 and PS5, for some reason, when you get to Mac's emotion section, his emotional world section, for whatever reason, the game completely becomes black, like a black screen like this, but you could still hear all the audio, all the sound effects and everything, but you can't see anything. Except for very weird instances like this. Like you'll notice as the scene is playing out, which you can hear but you can't see, you see these weird flashes and some of the effects that are supposed to be happening, but you don't see like a full picture of anything. It is so weird. See, you hear Alex's lines, and to be clear, restarting the game and loading back in or whatnot does absolutely nothing. Like, this glitch still happens for whatever reason. And then if you notice, cause what I'm doing, cause there you go. This is how you fix this glitch. Is you have to walk around blindly and hope you're walking in a direction of one of the interactive emotion points that you have to use. Because once you do and you interact with it, boom, now all the visuals start coming back. See, and then everything's good now, see? Now you could actually see everything. I don't know why the glitch is like that. I have no idea why that's a thing. But yeah. And considering how old True Colors is, I don't think True Colors is getting a patch or anything to actually fix that issue at all. So that's probably a continuous issue that's going to be in the game for pretty much however long it's going to be. But yeah, so after we finish that glitch, we pretty much figure everything out, and then we try to figure out where Mac is. And we end up finding him over here, even coming across a very disturbing section here.
Oh yeah, that's not disturbing in any way.
No, what the hell? There are people out there. I told you to call it off. I saw the way they looked at me, the way they all think I let him die.
I know why you're lying. Typhon's forcing you to deny the call.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
What the fuck?
I know you tried to stop it. They fucked up, not you. Stop lying for them.
You don't get it. This wasn't some accident. I told them you were down there, and they detonated anyway.
On purpose? Why?
I don't know. I swear. And then I get a message telling me to deny there was ever a call. You gotta believe me. Gabe and I, we didn't get along, but I didn't want him dead. And now Typhon's watching me. My girlfriend, she thinks I'm a murderer. My neighbors all hate me. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
I think I can calm him down, but does he deserve it?
Guy's having a panic attack over here. Mac was kind of a dick, but well, he was a dick before any of this happened. Like a jealous, an over.
We do help. Well, we do help him anyway. Because he's not. Just because he's an asshole doesn't mean we have to be the asshole.
Alright, Mac. Come on. You gotta calm down, okay? Dude. Stay with me.
Plus, after this, he'll be a lot
I know
more,
what it's like to be doubted.
a lot more
To have
cooperative.
everyone
So
think the worst of you. but the truth
So
will come out.
it's
I'll make sure of it.
pretty much best that
If
you
Typhon comes after
know,
you, they're gonna have to get through me too, okay?
help him out a little bit.
Thanks. I actually feel a little better.
Yeah, well, you learn a thing or two hanging out with shrinks your whole life.
So, what are you gonna do now?
Don't leave Haven. I'm gonna get to the truth.
So, after helping Mac, we get a phone call, which it turns out is a phone call from Ryan.
Mac got the call.
How do you know that?
He got the call and he lied about it.
Doesn't matter.
Someone is putting pressure on him to keep quiet. Someone from the mine, and
It doesn't matter.
If you actually see here, Ryan is actually standing next to the cliff where Gabe took a rock to the face and got hanging over the cliff that he had to cut the rope and stuff during the rock slide. So Ryan is pretty much standing here, obviously wallowing in his own like sadness and whatnot. Give me 1 minute. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. But yeah, this scene is really good. Especially considering it does get kind of dark.
I keep coming bring it back. But it always ends the same.
Ryan.
He's dead. He's really dead, Alex.
And I don't think coming back to the spot where it happened really is gonna help matters. So now we gotta help him. So we help out Ryan.
Yeah, I really like that. The definitely the visualizations with with certain characters when you're doing their emotional beats, how they visualize the certain big, like really big moments of the game. It's really 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 good. Let's see. Especially like obviously the representation here of like complete darkness and Dumb 2 on like just the only like dirt and everything just crumpled away and everything and all that stuff. Especially a good metaphor for Ryan's emotional state here, with how like angry and depressed he is with this whatever with Gabe and everything that happened there. And pretty much his his thing of survivor's guilt, because that's pretty much what it comes down to, is his survivor's guilt of having to make the call to cut the rope and whatnot, which isn't an option that you could bring up during this conversation between Alex and him, but let's face facts. Gabe was most likely dead as soon as that rock smacked him in the face. So most likely he was dead long before you cut the rope and all those other rocks piled on top of him. So
It was my fault. My job is to keep people safe. And I failed.
shit.
Ryan. I owe you my life.
She's wrong. I let her cross that log. I put Gabe in harm's way. I'm not a hero. I'm a coward. Worse than worthless.
I know what it's like to feel worthless and helpless. But we saved Ethan. And you saved me.
It doesn't matter. Gabe's dead. Because of me. Gabe, I'm so sorry.
Hey, bro, let's not do another suicide thing, okay?
Gabe loved you, Ryan. He would forgive you. You know that. You're not alone.
At least after that, like, potentially extremely dark moment that could have turned into, we enter a nice little happy moment where Ryan starts reminiscing about more happy memories with Gabe. And then we get the opportunity, as you can hopefully be able to read from the subtitles here. Now Ryan is going to start getting a little wanting more information on, like, how exactly is Alex able to figure these things out.
There's something you should know about me. And it's going to be easier to show you than to explain it.
Yep. Time to do a little
This is going to
power
seem sort of weird
demonstration.
at first, then really weird. Do you trust me?
Yet again, more examples of them using their more facial, upgraded, like, facial, like, technique and stuff, with Ryan just pretty much emoting and nodding the yes instead of just saying it. So
let's
so pretty much you have him, you pick a different, whatever emotion you want him to focus on, and you use that as an example. So his memory, what he's gonna remember, is gonna be different depending on what. In the beginning, it's gonna be different depending on what you choose. And then I believe it does turn into this one happy moment regardless of what you chose. So it starts out differently, but it pretty much ends in the same. It goes into the same scenario anyway. So now you just have these sections here with the little happy moment of Gabe accidentally running over a goose and Ryan playing a trick on him, making it seem like the goose was like this. Well, that particular goose was like a protected species or something, and Gabe was gonna get in trouble if they find out that he killed it, and then they're going to, like, bury the body to, like, hide evidences. It was pretty funny. But yeah. But in the end, it finally leads to Ryan here.
How?
In honor of Gabe, we'll go with the superpower option.
Yeah, exactly.
Shadow option.
I guess I have this power. I can
Yeah,
see
unlike the
other
Gabe
people's
part,
emotions.
where you could choose
To show up
to
like
tell
an
Gabe
aura,
or
and
not.
if I get too close, I
Now
feel what they feel.
it's
As if
you're
I was feeling it myself.
because of the plot. You're gonna tell her. You're gonna. I mean,
And when I
you're gonna
focus,
tell
I can
someone
even
about your
understand
powers.
why they're feeling it.
Which is Ryan in this case.
That's what you just did.
So this time you don't have a choice in
With me?
whether you tell someone or not.
Ooh. Some kind of power. No kidding.
It's only ever been the bad emotions before, but that was pure joy.
Who else knows?
Gabe did. But now I guess
And he only knows
Just
because
you.
we actually told him. So.
and that's how I know Mac's terrified of Typhon. He reported his call, and they ignored it. Now they're putting pressure on him to toe the line.
Okay, but why?
I don't know yet. Someone made the decision to let the blast go off. Seems like finding out who would be a good start.
So, you're going after Typhon? You'll need help.
You don't have to.
You're stuck with me now.
The guy's been through a lot, just as much as, well, even more than we have, because, you know, Gabe was here for like a while. So all of them were really close to him, so he deserves a hug. He deserves a little hug.
You're welcome, I guess.
Even though he seems way more awkward about it.
Thanks. Thank you.
No. Thank you.
Okay.
See, look at that nice little sweet moment for Ryan there. Plus, it's very adorable that Alex hugs him, and he's like really surprised by it. Like you see how awkward he is. He's like, okay. Kind of funny. And then we get this nice little. Well, it's a nice song, even though it's really sad. And then we have everyone going to the this little lantern lantern lighting event here.
I didn't speak this morning. I couldn't. Hearing everyone talk about him, about the life he had here with all of you.
Plus, I don't know if Mac will be. I don't know if
the
Mac
chance to
will
have that.
still be here if you didn't
I
help
only
him
had
out
one date
from
with him.
his panic attack.
He changed my life.
I usually help him out from his panic attack, so
I said I didn't know if I belonged here.
for me, he's always in this scene anyway.
He told me that home isn't something you find. It's something you build.
Yeah, the reason why Past Me says that is because with Eleanor, I believe if you don't tell Eleanor the truth, if you don't remind her of Gabe being dead, then I believe Eleanor is not in this last scene for episode 2 here. So that's why I was wondering with Mac too. Is that if you're a big enough dick to Mac, especially as I said during his panic attack scene, if he's not even in this scene or whatnot.
See, and there you go, just like in Life is Strange 2 with the lanterns, the Sean, Daniel, and Karen let go into the sky. Except with this one, it's just one lantern, and clearly to represent the passing of someone. And feeling all the joyous emotions from everybody. Except for one.
And it has to be Diane. And what is that about? That's pretty much the beginning of episode 3. Which is what we immediately move on to, is episode 3. Which, if you remember my episode ranking, here's True Colors episode 3, Monster or Mortal, up here in S tier. And there's a lot of reasons why that's in S tier. And we will be going over why. Well, as we're going through Alex's, moments.
You have a superpower?
Oh my.
You're both fucking with me, right?
Do Ryan and I look like the fucking with you type? It's all true.
Fine. Then tell me what I'm feeling right now.
You're feeling disbelief.
Ryan is so stupid. She did set himself up for that.
Actually a
for
little
that line
annoyed.
though.
You feel hurt that we didn't tell you until now. Whether it's true or not. You don't like being left out.
Well, okay. Oh shit. The foosball game. You knew exactly what to do.
You needed to focus on the positive memories, not get lost in the sadness. I thought it would help.
It did. Just warn me next time, okay?
Deal.
Never thought I'd have a freaky empath friend. Pretty wild.
So, any sign of Diane today?
No. But she was in yesterday working on her laptop.
You said she was afraid of something around Gabe's death. If she's covering up what Typhon did, I bet there's proof.
I hope so. If she comes in today, let's be ready with a plan. In the meantime, I've got to finish my shift.
We're on it.
Okay, so obviously, you pretty much have to go around, do a bunch of shit. There's a little bit of a side mission that you can do here, which is kind of alright. In any event, after you do a couple of your chores, did she come in? Yeah, she already came in. Okay, after you do a couple of there we go. Because I always love their reactions when she finally shows up.
Progress to the next part here.
Hey, welcome. I'll be right with you. I better check in with Steph and Ryan.
Yeah, I love how they do the quick little head nudges to be like, come over here.
Yes, any more? Okay.
Motor.
Is it Scooby Squad?
Okay, she's here. What's the plan?
Well, we have two plans actually. But we're still workshopping them.
Good to have options, right? So what are they?
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I asked Diane out on a date.
Wait, what?
She's so into it. She doesn't notice one Ryan Lucan swiping her laptop. Ryan carries said laptop upstairs, acquiring damning evidence. Maybe Diane and I still hook up? Not important.
That's your plan? Oh my god, please tell me you have something better.
I do.
I love that delivery.
It's the same plan. Except
Please tell me you have something better.
I'm the distraction. Look, Steph, I don't even think she's gay, alright? She's probably into the rugged mountain man type. All the transplants are.
Okay, maybe these plans do need some more time.
What? It's a simple plan, literally 2 steps. You just need to choose the hotter distraction.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
The only tiebreaker we have.
Okay.
And as always, massive, yet again, a big props that they did with both of the love interests for this game is that all 3 of them Steph, Ryan, and Alex are all friends, and they all hang out, and they all share a bunch of screen time and stuff together and things like that. So it's like, because it's something that the other Life is Strange games don't actually do. Is have both love interests actually involved in the actual plot of what's going on in the game, and they're actively like doing stuff like together and things. Because more often than not, it's usually like one of the love interests is kind of involved in the overall plot of the game, or sometimes like none of them are really. Because in the first game, Chloe is involved in the overall plot of the game. Warren isn't really. In Life is Strange 2, Finn and Cassidy are not involved in the overall plot of the game at all anyway. And then later in Double Exposure, Amanda's not really involved in the main plot of that game either. Technically, Vin is the only love interest in Double Exposure that's actually involved with the main story of the game. So yeah, at least with these two, they actually have both of them participating in trying to figure things out with the main story of the game. So you don't always, clearly you don't always have that, because this game is the only game that has that. All the other game, it's either one or the other or none at all. So kind of take your pick. And obviously we go with Steph. Well, usually I go with Steph during my playthroughs. So
Let's go with Steph. Badass DJ? It's a no-brainer. Sorry, Ryan.
Fuck yes. In your face.
Yeah, that's fair.
Look,
Plus,
I appreciate the...
I do appreciate Ryan like not being like mad or jealous about it. He's very humble in his defeat there. Even more points with Ryan.
Thanks, Alex.
like
What's the best
any
way to
real
ride?
affection.
But yeah, so now we go to Diane. So now we have to push her emotion to either being really sad or really angry. So the obviously different interactions and things that you're gonna get depending on which emotion you're trying to push. For us, we go with I believe we went with sadness during this playthrough. So we wanted to make her like sad. which we successfully do. And then we find that she has a USB with a bunch of evidence on it, which means now we have to actually go with the distraction plan of Steph's and Ryan's.
They make up for it later during the.
So when you text them, and then I love because you see their reaction when Steph gets the text. Look, with her fucking smile, and then she shows Ryan. Yeah, and then she lit. Oh my lord.
Get the big set piece, emotion set piece here, but you will
There we go.
in 2 other scenes later.
Hey, Diane. Oh, hey, Steph. How are you? So, what's your deal? I'm sorry? Are you single? Semi-single? Taken, but still down to get drunk and make out? Whoa. Was not expecting that at all. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing.
Yeah, let's go with it. Let's continue with the
Yeah,
teasing.
I could see your cheeks from space. Super. Real good luck for me. I'm so flattered. I don't even know what to say. Hey, no sweat. Just think about it. Get back to me. I'm not going anywhere. See ya.
Not for nothing.
They are all nothing was subtle about the end of that whole scene there. The way Alex literally leans over the table and yanks the USB. The way Steph kind of sees herself out, and the way Alex pretty much leaves. It's like guys, how much more suspicious can you make yourself? That was so bad.
Steph, there's a very real chance that you awoke something in Diane.
Wouldn't be the first time.
You guys, that was hilarious. Oh my god. I hope this was worth it.
Password protected. Guess I'm not surprised.
I'll bring this to Riley, see if she's willing to help. She's a whiz at computer stuff.
In the meantime, we have a LARP to do. Grab your hat and meet me at the park. And don't forget your guitar, okay?
One question. When the LARP's over, can I keep the hat?
I'd say that all depends on how you do.
Damn. Gauntlet thrown.
So, did you finish the thing?
Yeah, barely. It took me all night.
Sorry,
Calls like that and
little phone call interruption.
Alright, I need to grab my guitar.
And then now we move on We got a guitar. And we got more little. Look at that. They gave Alex a lot of cat outfits, by the way. And there's not even cat content for this game. Maybe they were foreshadowing all the cat content for Double Exposure a couple of years ahead of time. And then we have to find the hat. So either way, we finally find the hat. And then now we have to go find, well, we pretty much find Ethan. He's still obviously upset and stuff. But we convince him to go along with the LARP and stuff anyway. So we do that. It's very nice that a bunch of the townspeople and stuff are all playing along. So you got Jet as the king. And he pretty much sends you on your quest to get three jewels. So you gotta find 3 jewels and then bring them back. That's pretty much what you have to do. So you can pretty much walk around and explore, and sometimes you can find like little pieces of paper that have like different spells and stuff on them that you can get. So that's pretty cool. See, like this. See, look, I found the scroll. It had a thing, and then now I can use some spells, because you can only use certain certain spells depending on how many scrolls you have. And then now you have Ryan here acting like a wolf.
It's a wolf. A dire wolf. Shit, what do? I think we have to fight it.
Here we go.
See, now this whole thing of actually having like a little tiny, like a turn-based RPG setup, this was so fun. This was so fun. I loved this whole section. This whole thing was so awesome doing this. And it gets even more awesome when you get to the boss fight. The boss fight that you could choose in the second episode with Steph. You can, once you get there, it's really fun. So this takes a minute to finally beat Wolf Ryan here.
Oh my God, Ryan is such a fucking.
You gotta love Ryan's death animation.
1 damage to allies?
Ooh,
Better be nice to Thanor.
Let's keep going.
What do you think this key is probably drop in on Riley and thank her in person.
Check on the USB later and see. You have to, if you're not careful.
It's actually really fun.
I know,
So,
right?
from being able to get it, so.
How do we know for sure it's dead? Should we tickle it?
Stop it. Be serious.
So now we have to go. There's a little extra thing with the little jester. If you saw the jester there, a little riddle that you can get from him to get. It's like a tiny little side quest, and you could get some gold from him, which can really come in handy in a couple of different ways. Here. But now we go into the Black Lantern, which is renamed Guinevere's Tavern here. But
You might as well grab that.
to find a fun little surprise.
Set up a fake crime
Yeah,
scene over here.
Ducky popping up
And everything everywhere.
from behind the bar.
Are you hurt?
Hardly my first monster attack. I know an escape trick or two.
Do you know what this key is for?
Belonged to Barry, the tavern keeper. That's his leg over there.
Oh.
So if
The look on
you
Ethan's
try
face
all
is
of the
funny.
locks, I'm sure he won't stop you.
Let's see what we can find around here.
Here we go.
The attack.
Well, I'm not proud of it, but I tripped an elderly woman.
I
She had a
love the facial
Stingy
reactions to some of this stuff. Ethan was so funny. He's like, Ethan's in disbelief.
Wanna
Like,
tell them about
really?
the quest?
We're on a quest to end.
So after interacting with Ducky here, you can get this bell from him. And then obviously you find out what the key goes to. Okay, come on. This is also the answer for the riddle from the Jester guy. So the key is to the music box here. And inside is one of the jewels. So now you found one of the jewels. So now we're good. And then from there, now you need to make your way to the next jewel. Don't mind me. I'm just making. I pretty much like walking around and picking up like all the scrolls because I kind of pretty much remember where they all are. And I'm just making myself super overpowered for the boss fight later. And then now we're gonna fight our next. Well, we can fight. You'll see in a minute. The next enemy, which is a serpent, which as we saw earlier, the serpent sent us a text message.
This is so funny and adorable. Oh, speaking of funny and adorable.
Some kind of snake.
Oh, Lord.
I guess.
After pretending to be the dire wolf that we fought before, they got Mr. Ryan dressed
Do we
up
have
as a,
to fight it?
well,
Why wouldn't we?
supposed to be a snake, but the little helmet, the little mask hat thing that he has. No worries, Napoleon, no worries. Yeah, but yeah, the little hat thing
It's
Ryan
kinda
is
cute,
wearing
isn't it?
kind of looks like a dragon or something more than
What are
like
you
a snake.
talking about? It's gonna attack. What do you want to do?
And since we got the bell,
You gotta love, if you say the cute line, Ryan's little facial expression and stuff that he does to you is pretty funny.
we use the bell,
Ophidian chime. Snakes within
and this
hearing
will help
must
us
fall asleep.
bypass fighting him.
Pretend that's a low sound. Snake's ears are internal, so they can't hear.
I like how Alex just goes up and wags the.
Alex is pretty much like, dude, stop explaining to the kid. I'm ringing the bell. Go to fuck to sleep. And then he drops another spell, and then you find that he's guarding not a stone, more like a serpent's scale. So now we need to go to find the last no, not the last gem. We still need to find the second gem. So now we go into excuse me, the Magic Emporium, which is really the record store. And we're going to see what Steph has set up here.
All out with everything. Especially considering she got everyone
or mortal?
to participate.
Mortal. Come in.
To participate with the whole LARP thing. And that's the guy that the little blacksmith dude out in front is the same guy that we helped find the dog. His dog in the last episode. That's the same NPC. I think he shows up again in the next episode and we help him out with
Sorry
another
about the
thing.
lock. These are dangerous times. Welcome to the Magpie Emporium. Oh, so this is like a magic shop.
I'm gonna take a look around a bit, okay?
Mm-hmm. So here you can You look at all the, well, Steph really goes all out in changing up the record store. And then we have these tarot cards that you can pull for like a little fortune thing. When do I do it? Did I do it then? Yes, okay. So before you start to talk to Steph, to see all the things that she's selling, right? You can read her emotion that she's feeling before you start talking to her to gain a little bit of a fun, little inner thought moment. And what she says here is going to be different depending on how much, I guess you could say, like, love points or whatnot that you have towards Steph. So what she's feeling and thinking here will start to be different depending on how far along you are with her. So.
And so would I.
When Alex said I'm hot, did she mean it? Or was she just messing around?
Never seen Steph feel this way before. Maybe I could reassure her. She's always so confident.
Okay, so that'll unlock a dialogue option.
And we are definitely going to reassure her in a very, very strong and funny moment. That is how we're going to reassure her. And we find that she has the magical stone. So now we have to try to see if we can negotiate to get the stone. Even though I already have the thing that I can use to immediately get the stone, we're going to choose the funny option. And it's a pretty obvious one.
Giving us that sapphire.
We have to go with the obvious option. Plus, it's the funnier option.
In exchange for something far more valuable. My hand. In marriage. And all of its associated benefits. And you should know, I wouldn't offer if I didn't mean it.
Her face. She's literally speechless.
Oh man, this just got real.
And Ethan, being the smart kid that he is, he's like, I already picked up on what's happening here.
But I'm afraid I can't accept. For now.
See, for now, that means there's a chance.
We need.
So in any case, after that funny little moment, we trade the serpent scale that we got for the gem, and then there you go. And then also with the gold that you've been like picking up and getting, you can actually buy a couple of items from here if you want. like a couple of extra spells if you want. But the big one, if you want to move this section of the game a lot quicker, you can get certain items to skip certain fights, so that way you save time and you also save resources, because then you could use them during the boss fight, because the boss fight is non-negotiable. Because the two fights that you have to do in this whole section is the wolf fight and the boss fight. All the other fights, there are alternatives that you can do to get past those. Because you saw the bell with the serpent earlier, the bell that you can get from Ducky. And then here, if you have enough gold, you can buy this troll dust here. You can buy this, which obviously, like the name suggests, you're probably going to run into a troll at some point. So that will help you get past that fight. And that is obviously what I do. I buy the troll dust. But you need 3 gold, and finding 3 gold in this section is not that hard, so. And I believe this is also the answer for the side quest with the blacksmith who's outside of the record store here. So. Oh, okay, it's this one, the one that's on this side of the door, not that side, not this side of the door, this side. See, it's this piece of paper, not this one. This piece of paper on this side. But we get this really fun little scene. It's a visual scene. There's no dialogue. It's one of those visual things that you have to catch and you have to notice, which is really fun and adorable. So, and it happens when you're leaving. And it only happens when, hold on. And it only happens if you're, like, trying to get into a relationship with, Steph. You can also read her emotion, after the whole marriage thing, and you do get, like, some follow-up, inner thoughts from that. Which I believe I do, don't I? Because I see the thing there. Like, come on, I have to do it, don't I? Okay, I have to do it at some point. Do I do it here? Or did I forget? It's been a while since I did this playthrough. I don't remember if I do it here. because you can't read her emotion when you're at the table buying stuff. You have to do it when you're not at the table. Let me see. No, I believe it. Yeah, I think I actually skipped it by accident. Huh. I meant to do it. I guess not. But yeah, if you read Steph's emotion after you do the whole marriage proposal haggling thing, and then you give the serpent's scale to her to get the jewel. If you read her emotions uh, before you leave, uh, Steph's emotion is now pure joy, and when you read it, uh, she's she's saying I do, I do, I do, I do repeatedly, and then Alex responds in obviously in her monologue like maybe when Ethan isn't around. So, but back to the scene I mentioned earlier when you're leaving. So this is what you get when if you're going down the Steph route after you gain the jewel from her and you leave. You get this little quick scene here. See? Look at this. Look at that. Now that is some fun uses of expression and stuff. That is really funny. Uh, so from here, we pretty much check on Riley and see how well, you could check on Riley. You don't have to see like how the USB is going, and she pretty much tells you that it's in the back room, and she's pretty much like trying to hack into it, and it's gonna take some like time. And she could also give you like a little update on how the Mac situation is going. Obviously, if she already broke up with him, then she's not gonna get back together with him like at all. So, pretty much reaffirming that they are still broken up, pretty much. So now you head to the bridge here. And if you couldn't tell in the background here, now you got Ryan coming over the wall here. And obviously he's going to play a big, mean troll guy.
Okay, there's Ryan again. His troll mask.
Troll! Incoming!
He's got
I like how the
solid
camera
jewel right there.
shakes when he's stomping
You like my
to,
belt?
to try to sell his acting,
Made of
which is pretty
human
funny.
skin.
What do you
They
think
didn't
we
have to
should
do that. It's the little things. Dust.
Troll
Because you
dust.
could
Dust
because
of
you could
trolls
actually
become
give
very
him
friendly.
gold
1
coins
pinch per
to
troll.
also
Don't
get
you
past this
dare.
section. but some of the I believe the coin amount required is literally all the coins that you could earn throughout this whole section.
Visitors.
So you wouldn't be able to
I love
buy
visitors.
any of the
Can I get
any
you
of the
anything?
scrolls or whatnot, even if you
A
wanted
glass of
to
marshmallow.
buy those.
Slug chips.
So it's more cost
How about that
effective
jewel
to always
on
buy
your belt?
the dust.
Sure. Anything else?
Oh,
We're on a quest. Anything you can do to help us out?
I could teach you to fight like me. Here you go.
there you go. Now we just learned another skill. And we could get this little
Why don't you say something nice?
fun
about
little
each of us?
dialogue.
You put a great deal of thoughtfulness and care into everything you do. And you see deep into the hearts of people. But you don't let that stop you from believing in them.
This troll is emo.
You have a little sweet moment like that, and then
I think that's
and then
okay,
Ethan
right?
just
So yeah, with that, you skip fighting the troll thing. And that's pretty much it for Ryan. That's the last monster that he's going to act as. And then now we run into Charlotte, Ethan's mom, and she presents him with a great sword with 3 round things that he can obviously put the 3 jewels in. Which when he does it, as you see, extreme joy, which is going to have a fun little effect here.
that in a very long time. So yeah, Ryan was the one that carved out that sword for Ethan for this. And here we go. There you go. See the transformation of.
See, now everything is all like really like fantasy looking now because of how much pure joy it is. The emotions like transforming the world and how things like appear. So that is really, really cool. Because now you got like a real suit of armor, you have like a real like bard outfit on. And then now the villain comes in, the final boss, which is played by Jed here. So you have to fight him. And then now, because of all the changes, the UI for the fighting for this fight is gonna be very familiar.
If the tribute and parody was not clear enough, yeah, we are definitely full on classic Final Fantasy with this.
Exactly. Got those classic sound effects and everything. So in any case, we win the fight, but the blasting sirens ring again, so now that makes Ethan back to being depressed again and sad, so that kind of fucks our effort over, doesn't it? And then we cut to checking in on Charlotte. Ethan gets sent to his dad to try to get him to try to move on and distract him and, try to cheer him up more. So Ethan is pretty much gone for the rest of the game. So meanwhile, Charlotte here is like really upset and whatnot. And then now you have to try to help her out with her anger. So once you start doing her anger thing, everything starts falling apart here and shaking. And then I really like this one, like as soon as Alex like picks her head back up, and then you see Charlotte here with the chisel with the statue. And then now you have to, look at all the stuff, and as you look at all the stuff, the statue is slowly getting revealed piece by piece. And then obviously, blaming her son for everything, which she isn't necessarily wrong, because if Ethan did listen and not go to the mine, then Gabe wouldn't have died. Which Ethan does know, which is like the main thing of his depression. Ethan isn't stupid. He knows his mistake of doing that is what cost Gabe. So yeah. So Charlotte's anger here from Ethan is also one of the things she's angry about, because she's like, I understand why I'm angry at my son, but I'm also angry at myself for being angry at my son. It's very conflicting feelings going on. And then here Alex kind of feels that she can like take people's emotion. So this unlocks a new power, kind of a new power for her, which is taking people's emotion away. But taking Charlotte's emotion here actually has like pretty bad consequences. So we end up not doing that, like at all. But we do leave her with some like positive words of encouragement. And then either way, we go back to the apartment, and excuse me, Steph and Ryan are still there. Well, are there. I do love the added detail that Steph is just like messing around with the foosball championship. So that's pretty fun. Also, if you take away Charlotte's anger, once you get into the USB, because they have the USB has been cracked now, Riley has broken into it, so now Steph and Ryan already have an idea of what's going on, and they're like, okay, you need to sit down and listen to this. So this is pretty much the recording of Gabe's phone call that Mac actually answered.
Type in safety. Mac, it's me. Fuck off, Jen. Yeah, okay, just listen. I need you to call off the explosion. Ethan's in the blast radius. Shit. He could get killed. What the hell's wrong with you? He snuck off. We're up here right now trying to find him. Mac, please. All right, I'm on it. We'll halt the blasts. Fuck. You can't imagine the headaches this will create for me. Thanks, Mac. Whatever. Just doing my job.
So with that, after you hear that recording, if you took Charlotte's anger, Alex would pick up the foosball trophy here and throw it at the wall, and it would shatter, obviously. And then that would clearly upset Steph and make her mad. And then at that point, she would end up pretty much just leaving. So she would be gone for the rest of this scene. So that's not the only consequence of taking away Charlotte's anger. You could have another consequence in episode 4. So now you have to figure out what exactly Typhon is trying to cover up. Like, what are they hiding? So you can go through all the different recordings and find out, like, what's going on. And then eventually you have to go through, like, the different emails and stuff to figure it out. But either way, you piece it together, which is they're covering up a mining accident that they were involved in, and they don't want the upcoming government inspection, they don't want them to find evidence of that, because that could lead to a big government investigation and stuff like that, and they don't want that. So that's why they had to do the blasting, because they were covering up a mistake that they made that actually ended up like killing some people. So yeah. And this is also a very awkward scene too, because the ending to this scene is very to this episode is very awkward though. because you get this reveal, right? They talk, and then look, just watch. Look.
They were burying something.
Boom. The episode just ends like that.
That's the end of the episode.
It just ends like that. Like, how insanely awkward was that? Like, at the very least, you should have made the scene more dramatic, put some, like, dramatic background music or something. Like that was just awkward. Like, they're just in the middle of talking, they stop talking, and then the scene just cuts to black. Very awkward end to that episode. As much as I love the episode, like, obviously, like, I really love the episode. But yet another reason why the episode is kind of like towards the bottom of the list is because of S tier here. Why it's towards the bottom of S tier is because of that very awkward end. Very awkward cut. And then obviously we move on to episode 4, which is episode 4 and 5 are very short episodes. But now we're talking to Pike about the evidence on the USB, and now we arrange a meeting with Pike, and then now we go to the the little summer festival. So here's the different wardrobe choices for this episode. We finally have a hot dog man outfit. No, hot dog man shirt. Always. We have a little tiger. We have Steph's old drugstore makeup band. Because I believe this was their logo. So that's a nice little shirt. And what is that? That's it? Oh, nope. And then, as always, we got the little cat in the pocket. And we have Max's classic Jane Doe shirt. So we get another reference outfit here. And then, yep, that's it. So obviously we go with the Max shirt. So we just constantly look around, and then we finally leave to the actual festival and meet up with Steph and Ryan.
See, it's gonna teleport me to the park.
Yes, it does.
Even though it's I bar. Like,
so here we go.
Because they kind of fart around in the park first, and then they don't.
Check.
They don't really notice the thing at the park. I mean, in the bar.
Holy shit! You own a skirt?
Yet again, Steph and her reactions.
Happy first Springfest.
Thanks.
Katie Benz did such an amazing job.
I got a hold of Pike.
Voicing Steph.
He'll be here soon.
Well, considering she had a lot more
Stick,
to work with and a lot more to do this time than before the storm.
I think we've all earned the right to enjoy ourselves a little
She was
tonight.
definitely
The band's coming on soon. You'd better be front and center.
gonna put on an even bigger impression than she did in the first one.
Nice. Who's playing?
Than the first time.
Local band. You'll love them.
I have to run back to the trailer. Go be a normal person for a while.
Can't make any promises. Text me when it's ready.
So that's your.
Okay, so now you can fart around for like a while in this in the festival section here. You could like fuck around for like a minute. So here you'll find do I? Yeah, I actually do find Max. See, he's over here like in the back somewhere, so he's very easy to miss. So this is his last scene that he's pretty much like in. Like his final lines and stuff are pretty much like right here.
I haven't seen Mac in a while. He seems no better off than before.
Considering we helped him out with his panic
I heard the
attack and
call.
stuff, and
And I wanted to thank you. I know you tried to do the right thing.
So, what now?
I'm taking Typhon down. The whole Hornet's Nest.
I'm not betting against you, but in the meantime, they're the only ones cutting checks in town. And I still got plenty of bills to pay.
Which is totally fair.
Come on, Mac. Even you're too good to work for them.
It's always flattering to see how much you care
oh
about
dear
me.
God. Why do you make it weird?
No wonder you try to break up me and Riley.
Oh dear God.
There's the Mac I know.
He had to ruin the moment, didn't he? But yeah, there's Ryan. And then you got Steph jamming out over here. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her just jamming out in her little DJ trailer. So see this little react thing with Eleanor, you can this is where you can find out where Riley is by reading her emotion. And then you can actually go find Riley. This is also a little NPC side mission trying to figure out how many jelly beans are in the jar. So you can help him try to do that. Which I actually do. There is an achievement for helping him with that. Ooh. I believe what I was doing here, yep, is I'm pretty much taking care of all the side stuff that I have to do before leaving the park and the festival and doing some of the other like hidden things that you can do around before having to go do the musical performance thing. So yet again, you get some of the hidden stuff here. So take one rose for a special person. And taking this rose and giving it to either Steph or Ryan is the final commitment to who you're trying to romance. Obviously, we give it to Steph for this playthrough because that's what we did.
Kind of quick.
Doing this takes a certain type of person.
And yet again,
part of the episode.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna
during
say it in the
this,
playthrough, but her
the
reactions
festival
are
where you explore the town for the
still funny.
technically for the last time, because a lot of the final episode is literally going to be on rails, section by section. There's not really going to be an exploratory moment in the final episode. And then pretty much a little I'm sorry.
This is
Her
for you.
going from completely shock and in disbelief and then
Are you
just working
serious?
into a smile.
Of course I am.
Dude, thank you so much. This totally makes my night.
I'm glad.
Hey, could we meet up after the show tonight? I actually have some pretty big news to share. She said mysteriously. Of course. Speaking of, Ryan should be done any minute. Meet me there?
Sure.
Yeah, because we have to actually initiate.
Okay. So after we do that, where are we? Where are we? Oh wait, did I do her emotion thing? Yeah, I did. Let's see.
So as long as we don't talk to him, we should be fine.
Holy fuck. She gave me a rose. Time to step it up, Gingrich.
Hope I'm ready for whatever I've started.
Okay, so now with this, okay, now we get, we're gonna do next comes the Ducky scene. Because what I'm doing is during this playthrough, I pretty much did this stuff that I could do at the park. And then I work my way towards towards where Riley is, because Riley is at the farthest end of the map, back at the bus stop, which is pretty much the beginning of the game. So I'm pretty much doing all the like hidden interactions you can do, leading up to that, and then once the Riley thing is finished, then I work my way back to the park to close out the whole festival section. So you go into the bar, and then you'll find Ducky. Yeah, here we go. You find Ducky here in the back of the bar. See, he's over here in the corner, sitting by himself, very sad. So, and then you could talk to him right here. See? So, see what he says here.
Hey, Ducky.
Evening, Alex.
Everything okay?
I'm fine, thank you.
an awful liar. What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm right as rain.
Yeah, because this moment that you could have with Ducky actually is extremely sweet, and it's one of those moments that's so because of
I guess for this playthrough, for this section of the playthrough, I chose the correct outfit for her. I guess for you. Look at that. I didn't even know, and I chose the correct outfit. Look at that.
how that part was structured with tossing you in the park this because so they don't notice that Ducky is back here.
Not the same without you,
In the short version of what I say here, uh, the main reason that people don't know that Ducky is here is because in the beginning, like you've seen, when Alex leaves the apartment to go to the festival, the game teleports you to the park already. So you don't go downstairs, so you don't notice that he's here. And the next time you have to go into the Black Lantern is after the festival section to meet up with in our case with Steph, because Steph said that she has something to talk about to meet her after everything, and she's gonna meet you like at on the rooftop of the Black Lantern. So most people, if they find Ducky, it's gonna be during that point. But if you find him early before the festival stuff is done, then you can get a couple of other special little moments for him later during the festival. So if you don't close out the festival stuff before finding him, then Ducky gets a couple of little extra scenes after this whole bar section with him.
So this stuff is actually
not the
missed.
same without you, Tabitha.
Well, certain people miss this,
Never will be.
especially when the game came out.
A story to tell.
But I didn't miss it because I'm one of the, as you can see, I like exploring around and trying to look for stuff and try to make sure I don't miss anything.
You know, Alex, on this particular matter, I don't have much to say.
Okay. There's gotta be more I can do for Ducky.
When I actually think about it, this is the only other like inner emotion set piece in this episode. Because the only other one that you have later is
Okay.
is actually in
Tell me what
like
I
a
need to
part
know
of the
to help
main
him.
story, so you have to do it. But this is the only other one, and
I
this is
carved that
one that
myself.
you know
Hi,
you
I'm
can
Reginald McAllister III.
you can miss
My
if you're
friends call
not
me Ducky.
like walking around and exploring.
Tabitha Baker. Call me Tabs.
Okay, so that was the bear. Oh, there you go. I think it's 3 things.
Wait, don't drink it. Look at the bottom.
What? What are you? Oh, Ducky, it's beautiful.
Tabitha Baker, will you marry me?
Yep, and the last one should be the jukebox here.
Happy anniversary, love. Here's to another 30 years.
And another 30 festivals, if we can make it.
Ducky, you're gonna outlast this whole damn town. I know that song. Poor Ducky. Maybe there's something I can do.
Alright, do I have to go back to... Because I know I have to play the song on the jukebox. Oh, okay.
It's a tough night for you, isn't it? The Spring Fest.
That's right.
Yeah, let's... Dance is the
Did you
actual
actually carve
choice
that
you
wooden
have
bear?
to do
Brana?
to move on, but we're gonna
Sure did.
do every dialogue choice
That
first.
was a long time ago.
You met Tabitha here, didn't you? In the lantern.
Yes, I did. Being here on that night was the luckiest I've ever been.
The Spring Festival must have been important to you two.
Indeed. We were married at the festival. We both loved it so much.
Give me 1 sec.
How did you...
They're playing your song. Let's dance.
You know what reminds me most of her right now? It's not the song or the festival. It's that you took the time to care about a sad old man for no other reason than to make the world a little less troublesome. That was Tabs. Thank you, Alex. I think I'm a little more inclined to join the others outside.
You're very welcome. Enjoy the festival. Sounds like Ryan is ready for me.
And I hope you enjoyed that little that little Ducky section there. because that whole section was really really sweet, and that definitely helped like a lot of people really like Ducky was that whole part. And then now I go to Riley at the bus stop, and it's here you can Riley finally goes off to college, and you could either tell her about Eleanor's memory condition or not. Since in this playthrough we were going for trying to get all the council members to back us at the end of the game, we choose not to tell Riley about Eleanor's condition. So we decide to keep Eleanor's trust in us, pretty much. And then now we make our very long trek back to the park. Since we didn't tell Eleanor's secret, Eleanor is still at the festival. Do we notice Ducky on the way in? Yeah, there we go. So once you do your little dance section and whatnot, if you do all that with Ducky at the bar, then he shows up at the festival, like he said, and you see him here, talking with some of the festival people here. So there's that. So now we get to talk to Ryan to initiate the whole band section. And I will let this whole band playing section play out, because this entire scene is so wonderful and so fun. So I will let this play out in all of its fun and hilarious glory.
Who's playing?
Yours truly. Seriously?
She plays the drums, and it's her drum set on stage. Clearly, she was going to perform.
Who else? Steph. Who else is playing?
I wonder who.
We didn't want you to wuss out.
Who said anything about wussing out?
Nobody, but only because we didn't give you the opportunity.
This is gonna be awesome. Trust me.
And here's the second MXN2
We've never played together before,
performance
and
that I mentioned in the first episode.
anyway,
That MXN2 and Alex's singing voice would have another performance later. This is what I meant.
Fuck it.
When I'm a walking, I strut my style.
Eleanor shouting and cheering in the background.
Let me go
Steph eyeballing the shit out of her during this whole thing. Hey, look at Ducky and Eleanor with their little jiggy dancing there.
See, look at that. Look at those fun little hidden performances that you could not get. And then now we notice Charlotte here, who has been pretty much missing during the whole festival part here. With this whole section being different, with this conversation here being different depending on if you took her anger or not. So, but since we didn't take her anger, she's pretty much in the process of dealing with everything, and she's pretty much, you know, continuing to express herself to you about what she's feeling, which is great. If you did take her anger, then Charlotte is a emotionless zombie, pretty much, as a side effect of doing that. Which how I see it is, if Charlotte is an emotional zombie, that's because Alex wasn't focused enough on just taking that emotion. So since she wasn't as experienced with using that skill of her powers, she ended up like taking all the emotion instead of just that particular one. Which isn't a mistake she makes later. So now we go up to the roof of the Black Lantern for probably, for a lot of people's favorite scene, which is also one of my favorite scenes too. So y'all probably already know what that is. And that is the final, the commitment scene to fully solidify your relationship with either Ryan or Steph here on the roof. And in our case, obviously it's Steph. So, and if anyone's seen that if this scene is really important to anyone, then I'm pretty sure they'll be paying some pretty close attention to it. Probably quoting it. Who knows?
pretty much do in this whole episode, and it's still
You said you had some
clocking
news?
in this short.
I'm leaving. I'm actually leaving Haven Springs. Can you believe it? Back on the road again. Fucking finally.
Wait, seriously?
I'm gonna play music again, Alex. Anywhere I want. God, I forgot how fucking good it feels.
Holy shit, Steph, that's so cool. I'm really happy for you. You better keep in touch.
You think it's that easy to get rid of me? Come on, Chen. I need a new destination. You're my good luck charm.
You have shit taste in good luck charms.
Shut up. Pick one.
Here we go.
Salem, Halloween capital of the world. Or so they say. Who do I hang out with?
Well, she was a witch,
You
so.
join a coven.
A lesbian coven.
Is there any other kind? You hang out in graveyards.
She
and
was the
perform
one that was
rituals
wearing
to
a
speak to
witch's
the dead.
costume during the
None
LARP,
of
so.
which ever work, but that's okay. Because I get a load of old tombstone rubbings to decorate my apartment with.
That sounds like a pretty spectacular plan.
Great. Then come with me.
To Salem?
Sure, why not? Doesn't have to be our first stop, but one day. I still have friends in Seattle.
This
who
is
book
like
shows. Maybe we start
a
there,
reverse
or,
version
I don't know.
of
Kansas
what
City,
during the
Vegas,
play that
wherever
Chloe
we
was
want.
telling Rachel during the play, where she told Rachel to come with me, and then now the roles are
I don't wanna
reversed,
pressure you.
and the NPC is telling the player character
But
to come with them
I've seen you give so
instead.
much of yourself
So
to make sure other people get what they need. And I guess I wonder if you've thought about what you need.
and also during the
I mean,
performance.
obviously, I like you a lot, Alex. You mean the fucking world to me.
Hold on, before we do that, let me finish my thought first. Also, right before they entered the performance, the smash cutaway from Age, fun callback to before work. And we're going with the obvious choice. Like, come on. We've gone too far to back out now. Plus, with all that setup just to get a hug.
Kiss me.
The fuck?
Kiss me. Kiss me.
What kind of monster would you be if you didn't do the kiss? Like, come on. All that teasing and get nothing. Oh, there you go. And I think both of them already needs new pairs of panties already. If that yellow orgasm wasn't a clue enough.
You don't have to decide anything now, okay? Just think about it.
I will. Thank you.
I'm gonna head back down. Find me later.
And there's that scene. And then now we have to meet up with Pike. So now Pike shows up, not looking very happy, and pretty much takes us to the police station. And pretty much tells us that Diane is looking to press charges for stealing technically company like secrets and stuff because that's what's on the USB. And she's gonna drop the charges if Alex signs this pretty much this like NDA. Sign this NDA and we will drop the charges. Which obviously Alex doesn't want to sign, and she's desperately like telling Pike here what's on the USB with the cover up, which you could see on the look on Pike's face as she's like telling him this, like he is very interested in what she's saying, but since Pike is being pressured into getting Alex to sign this, like he can't really do anything. So he's pretty much being pressured, just like Mac was being pressured. So you could see he's like really afraid. So just like Mac was being like blackmailed pretty much to stay quiet, Pike is pretty much also by Typhon being blackmailed to do this. And this is where he also shows you that he has you under, Typhon has you under surveillance, has Steph under surveillance, and has Ryan under surveillance. So a pretty clear threat of you don't sign this, then you're gonna be like your loved ones are going to be in danger, pretty much. So you pretty much go through that. So here you can decide either to sign the agreement or take Pike's fear away. Which in this situation, you will actually succeed and really take Pike's fear away and just his fear. So in this situation, Alex is focused enough with her power that she's able to just take that. So that is what we end up doing, is taking his fear away. And once you take his fear away, now he's like, I'll take the USB and I'll think about like doing something with it, like, you know, trying to do something. And then obviously tell Alex to be careful and lets her go free. And then you go back to the Black Lantern. You change, and then you go to meet Jed because Jed wanted to see you. And pretty much like, okay, Pike let you go. It seems like everything's fine. Jed's like, what's up with you? And it's pretty much telling him like what you found, the cover up and everything. And see, Jed tells you, I know what they're hiding.
Please, Jed. What's the truth? What are they afraid of?
Typhon's the devil that runs this town. I've been carrying their secrets for far too long. I know what they buried in the mountains.
Tell me.
I'll do one better. I'll show you.
Jed with the mic drop. He was like, nah, girl, I got a better.
Ventilations, creating a labyrinth under Haven.
Jed, why are you sad?
I'm sorry, kid.
Jed, what are you doing?
I tried to talk you out of it, scare you off. I was sure those pictures of Ryan and Steph would do the trick. But you were relentless. Won't leave damn well enough alone.
You don't have to do this.
I do. 12 years ago, I made a mistake. The kind of thing that you can't undo. But Typhon made me a deal. A way to save my town. Give my boy a normal life. I never wanted Gabe to get hurt.
Go to hell.
And that was the end of the 4th episode. So yeah. So with the reveal with Jed and everything, and then we go with in the 5th episode where we're immediately in these nightmare sequences yet again. And then we finish the first nightmare sequence, find out where fall down the mine shaft. We got caught on this the piece of wood, trying to hook on to the metal ladder here, but when we try, the wood is breaking. And then it breaks, and then we continue to actually fall to the ground this time. And then this is where we go into the nightmare sequences, like I said before, during the individual episode ranking breakdowns. And these are the scenes that when we were talking about earlier with Alex being can be misidentified as a Mary Sue character, this is one of the things that I wish that I've said before, that they took these flashback nightmare sequences and pieced them out. At least the first two of these nightmare sequences, pieced them out in the other episodes to give Alex more more vulnerability, more flaws, to make her more less of an initial Mary Sue setup. So that way it's more obvious right out the gate that that's not where Alex is gonna go. Especially during these nightmare sequences, the first two nightmare sequences that you have to repeat one after the other, because Alex's nightmare sequences, the first part is her repressed memory version, and then you have to play it again, but this time with the actual full, how that memory actually happened. So what they could have done is have the repressed memory version be the version that they piece out in the previous episodes. So that way, when you get here to the final episode and you do the real version of the memory, then it's less repetitive that way, because you're not doing the same memory twice in a row. So that way it doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing, one after the other. At least you pieced it out, so it's a little it has more breathing room. So that way the player doesn't feel like they're doing the same thing over and over and over again in quick succession type of thing. Because all of Alex's trauma and stuff is all backloaded in this last episode. So I wish they would have pieced it out more in the previous episodes, because that would have given her more it would have given her more of a well-rounded character, more towards the beginning of the game, so that way she doesn't get misidentified as a Mary Sue character so quickly in the beginning. So that's definitely something that I wish they would have did. But like I said, you go through this we go through this nightmare sequence again, and then we finally wake up after Ghost Gabe's inspiring speeches, which are all great, which we went over during the individual episode breakdown. And then we find the memory with Alex's dad and everything, find our way out of the mine. And then we show up at the town meeting here all messed up and everything. And then obviously, depending on if everyone is how you've done your interactions with everyone, you know, everyone will support you in this scene, including Ryan if you have high enough, if you have enough of the council supporting you, then he will support you. And then you get your very questionable on what the fuck is her power even doing in this scene moment. So really wish they would have explained what the fuck was going on here, because this is pretty much the moment where Alex kind of pulls a power out of her ass. So it's like, what exactly is even happening here? But either way, you get Jed to confess, and depending on your interactions with Diane will help and Jed, since he's confessing. Your interactions with Diane will help Jed with corroborating like evidence and stuff to bring down Typhon with the scandal and all that stuff. And then we will get our final closeout moment with Steph.
Hey, Steph.
Alex, wait.
Oh look,
Before
Boo
you
is
say
here to
anything,
see me.
I have to get this out.
Okay.
Hey, Alex, Steph has to get one last scene in before the game's over.
What you did at the council meeting, it was the bravest thing I've ever seen.
Technically, this scene is dependent on who your love interest is. So obviously, if Ryan was the one you chose, then he would be in this scene.
Music or seeing the world.
Obviously, saying completely different things, but
if it's with you.
He would be the one to
and if you'd
come
rather
see
stay
you.
here instead, then fuck it. I want to stay here too.
I've never had anyone barge in to tell me that they wanted to be with me before.
Yeah? How'd it feel?
That was a missed opportunity for one last kiss scene, by the way, before the game was over. So, sadly, they did not. They didn't take that opportunity. I was like, come on, you kind of set it up, and then you went with a.
That was the idea.
You went with a hug instead.
You know where to find me. Good luck, Jen.
Thanks, Steph.
All right, now the game launches me up on the roof, right?
And then we get our roof moment with Ghost Gabe, where he tells us our future if we decide to stay in Haven Springs. So he gives us this nice little what if glimpse into the future.
Well, that's what happens when you're on a budget and you have time constraints.
It's 3 hours from now. A bus pulls away.
Oh yeah, this is the closest you get to an ending
You're not
montage.
in it.
Is this
And
part
neither is
here?
Steph.
This what if part.
Life goes on. You get a job working with Steph at the record store. All those years of being a music snob finally pay off. And little by little,
Oh wow. Okay, it seems like the game muted this scene. Yep, this scene. Okay, yeah, this scene got muted. Okay. But yeah, so you get this little thing with your little what if thing, all the different stuff of Jed disappearing. The Black Lantern is under community run establishment. Riley is starting to date. Charlotte is starting to date again. So that's wonderful. And then you got Ethan playing with you and Steph some D&D. So that's pretty cool. And then meanwhile you got Steph and Alex being handsy under the table. So not in that way. There's children around in a public establishment. And then you got Steph performing, well, Alex performing for Steph, whatever songs and stuff that she comes up with.
but one day,
And then actually performing with a bunch of people.
You have transformed this place just as much as it has transformed you.
And now the audio decides to come back in.
Exposing an evil corporation and everything, yeah.
And the most extraordinary thing of all is just how normal it feels. You don't question it, you don't doubt it, or wonder what might have been. It's your life. The life you fought so hard to have. And for the first time in a long time, you just live.
So that's a nice little ending montage. Well, a what if ending montage. But then you could decide to leave or stay in Haven. So leave or stay, it's like, to be fair, leaving or staying as the final choice, this is probably one of the worst final choices in a Life is Strange game, mainly because these choices, you could do both of these. Like, you don't have to choose one or the other in this scenario. It's like, bro, you could still live in Haven and still, like, go on tour and stuff and try to be a band. So, no, but the point I'm making is that these choices, like, you could do both. Like, you could have both of these choices. Like, when you're thinking about it. Like, anybody that goes and does, if you're a band guy, if you're famous enough to go on band, do tours, do all that stuff, you still have a home, right? Like, you still have an actual place you live at. So it's like, for Steph and Alex, Haven could still be like the home. So it's like you could still live in Haven and go and try to be like to have a band and stuff anyway. So these two choices are like a really bad choice. Okay. Try, since you mentioned that, like, oh, why would why would you return to a town that your dad and your brother died in? If you read the Forget Me Not comics, Steph and Alex do go back to Haven, and they technically, I believe Alex still has Gabe's apartment in at the Black Lantern. That she still has that, and that's pretty much where they stay. So even in the comics fully acknowledge, even though they go with the Steph and Alex leaving for adventure, even the comics still are like, yeah, they still pretty much live in Haven. Like, they still go back there and visit everyone from time to time. So even the comics are pretty much like, yeah, this choice between these two endings really sucked because you could technically do both. Like, there's no reason why you can't do both. And the comics end up doing both anyway by the end. So it's like, but yeah, I will say the downside of True Colors is the ending choice of the game is probably the worst out of all the games, because it's not really a big choice, really, because it's like, I can do both. So it's like, why is there even a choice here? Like, even True Color even Double Exposure's ending had more of a substantial, like, consequence thing of whether to accept Safi's offer or not, like even that has more of a weight and potential for really drastic consequences one way or the other. This one, not so much. So, yeah. But in any case, uh, I do agree with leaving town with Steph. So, that is totally what we did end up doing.
Plus, if you stay in Haven, the last cutscene. Because that was the last thing we chose. And look, now Gabe disappears. Oh, and that's your one shot of Ryan. If you don't have him as a love interest and you leave on your adventure, this sad little shot of him on the roof of the bar is the only scene he gets. That's the one annoying part, is that with Ryan, I really wish that even if you didn't romance him, he still kind of had a closing line, like some closing interaction with Alex in some way, besides just the text messaging. Because Ryan overall was a nice character. So him kind of getting the short end of the stick in the ending if you don't romance him is kind of sad. Plus, since you made friends and you did all the positive relationships with all the supporting cast, that's the reason all of them see you off at the bus stop when you're leaving, if you choose to leave. Because if you were horrible with them, you're not really going to have much of anybody giving a shit that you're leaving. So, you know. Oh. So we got 2019. Jumped, because we're in July 13th and the last text message was May 26th, so. So that's nice. And look, some nice little photos of Steph and Alex on the road, and some.
If you notice, because I've paused it on the photos here in Alex's guitar case. If you notice these, there's some proof that they go back to visit Haven anyway. Because look at the picture of what was it, Charlotte and Ethan here. What was it? They went to visit Riley at college because they have a picture of Alex and Riley here. So they find out what college that Riley went to, and they decide to go surprise her and visit her there. So that's a nice little photo of them there. looks like Riley was putting up some I guess a science project or something, because she looks like she's like building something on the table. And then we got two little traveling photos of Steph and Alex here in front of the world's largest ball of twine. And I believe this is supposed to be Times Square. I think this is supposed to be Times Square. But yeah.
Photos of Charlotte and was it Riley?
Hello, everyone.
So it seems like
I'm Alex Chen.
nice way of ending it. And it also it seems like
So that's a nice overall Alex had a very happy ending. Yet again, if you go with Steph. Life is strange, true colors. No choices matter unless then the choice is Steph. I guess you can say that. But yeah. So, with all that, obviously, it's probably not the biggest surprise of where Alex is going to end up. If F tier stood for fuck yeah try, then probably. I'm trying to decide whether behind Steph or in front of Steph. This is gonna sound very dirty, but where do you think? Should Alex be behind Steph or in front? In front or behind? In front or behind? In front or behind? Hmm. Hmm. Behind, in front, on top, underneath. I don't think that's our business. Well, look. For the purposes of this tier list, at the very least, in front or behind is our business. Because we're trying to figure out where to put her. You know what? Now that you said it, try. I feel more comfortable doing it. Cause my hang up was I was trying to figure out. Oh, as always, right? You have to go back to the same Steph quote, obviously. But because what I'm taking into consideration when it comes to Alex, between Alex and Steph, is all of this. I'm taking into consideration these two novels, their comic book, obviously, and the fact that technically Steph makes a cameo at the end of the original run of comic books. So I was also, Steph is canonically a critter, so we stand a Critical Role fan. That is true, but uh, but yeah, but to to make this very quick, since we pretty much spent the whole episode on Alex, rightfully so. She's one of the main characters of the entire franchise. So obviously, there's a lot to discuss, and there's a lot of examples of Alex's character traits and all that stuff. Also, gotta be blunt. Steph strikes me as the top in the relationship. Just saying. Okay. I am not going to disagree with your assessment, Try. I actually do agree that that Steph would be the more I guess you can say the more proactive one in that relationship. Just like how I feel in obviously the Max and Chloe relationship, Chloe would be the more proactive one in that one. And on the opposite end, in the Chloe Rachel relationship, I believe Rachel would be the more proactive one in that relationship. So I don't know if you agree or disagree with those statements, but that is what they are for me. Since we're discussing who's gonna be on top now. Legally, I can make that joke. I'm a member of the Alphabet Mafia. Oh, and you would probably agree with me on those on the three other relationships that I gave an example of. Okay, at least I'm not the only one. Plus, I think if you plus I think if you're paying any attention of with those relationships in any of those games, I think it's pretty obvious where where that dynamic is going to be. um as far as Max and Amanda goes, if we go with that relationship, I believe Amanda would probably still be the more proactive one in that relationship. I believe. Uh, and to do a little bit, I can respect that take. Yeah, because even though in double exposure, even though Max is pulling 30, she's still technically uh she still technically doesn't really have a lot of game, really. Most of Max's dirty jokes that she gets with Amanda in double exposure are mostly by accident, and she never intended them to be taken that way. So so she kind of falls she kind of falls backwards in her technically that was not her line. That was Safi's line. The s'more line was a Safi line. We can't give Max credit on that one. That's like stealing someone else's homework. Come on. Hmm. Making her break down. Making Amanda break down and kiss her first. That is probably only like what? One point that she actually intended on, when in every other situation she either makes it by accident, or she has to ask other people for pickup lines. Hey, at the very least, at least she got 1 point by the end of the game. Hey, I'm giving her credit. At least she did get 1 point by the end of the game, at the very least. But to pretty much do a little bit of a lightning round at the very end here, let's get some quick comic book characters out the way. First off, Zack. I'll give Zack I'll give Zack I'll put him behind Gwen. Specifically, if we're talking about main timeline Zack, because main timeline Zack is the one that's in a relationship with Victoria, and that's the only version of Zack that gets any character development in the comic books at all. So he's the only one I'm really counting, because he's the only one that gets character development. So he's good. I enjoyed him by the end. He's pretty much what Victoria was in the original Life is Strange, and then Victoria pretty much kind of turns him around, pretty much by breaking up with him. So she pretty much gives him a bunch of tough love to pretty much set him down a better path. So that's definitely pretty good. So I enjoyed him for the most part, especially his dynamic with Lawrence was actually pretty good. I enjoyed the back and forth between Zack and Lawrence. I enjoyed that pretty much. I'll put him right above Zack. Especially Lawrence's budding romance with Tristan that develops during the course of the game, and that's specifically Rachel's timeline, Lawrence, that we're talking about, because is it Rachel's timeline, Lawrence, or No, it's original timeline Lawrence. Okay. So yeah, he's because it's the Lawrence that winds up having the broken leg. That's the Lawrence that Tristan ends up with. So that romance is pretty. It's pretty nice. It's pretty understated. It's not really like a romance that's like all like up in your face. It's one of those things that kind of happens in the background if you're paying attention and stuff, so you can kind of follow it. So that's pretty good. I enjoyed these two as a little pair, and kind of how Lawrence is kind of like the big brother character to Zach. So I thought that was pretty sweet. I'm hopefully getting Zach's name right. Yes, I am. Okay. I had to double check my comics and make sure that I'm calling some of these people by their names. And then we will knock out some of the High Seas members. So we'll knock out 3 of the 4 High Sea members because 3 of them really don't do much in the comics at all. So we'll knock these 3 out the way real quick. So we got Dex, we got Drew, and we got Tammy, I believe. Right? I believe I got those names right. Check comics for confirmation. Yes. Okay. So, right off the bat, Dwight doesn't do really anything, like at all. So I will put him pretty much around here with some of the other characters that really don't do much towards the bottom of B tier. Same thing with Tammy, even though she's the leader, the lead of the High Seas band. She also doesn't really do anything. Her only contribution really to the story is to commission Chloe to make a metal statue, so that way Chloe can meet the Rachel timeline. Chloe can meet the High Seas. That's literally her only contribution to the plot. And then we have Dex, which, as far as Dex goes, he is technically the first trans character in any Life is Strange thing. So in any Life is Strange like project, pretty much. So he definitely has that going for him. But as far as anything really in the story, he doesn't really also do anything. He's also kind of just there. The only real big contribution that I even remember that Dex even has is when Rachel is having a identity crisis moment, when she's having her identity crisis moment in a particular section of the story. The little talk that Dex kind of has with her is pretty nice, pretty sweet, and that's pretty much the only real thing from Dex that I even remember from the comics. So he pretty much gets of the three that don't really do anything, he pretty much gets the best score out of all of them. Only because he pretty much has a talks with Rachel, and that kind of helps her figure out her identity crisis issues. So that's pretty much it. So with that, we will call it a video here, and we will pick up again next time, because as you can see, we are definitely winding things down, and we're getting ever so closer to the end of the character tier list. So we will see who we start with next time. We'll see how we're feeling next time on who we're gonna start with. So yeah. So we'll see. I'll surprise y'all with who we're gonna start with. So until then, JR as always here signing off, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.